Good evening, and welcome back to Dreamward Stories, where quiet stories lead you dreamward. Before we begin, make yourself as comfortable as you can. Let the lights be low. Let the room feel safe. Let your breath move slowly, in and out, without needing to change anything too much. The day has done enough now. You can let it rest. Tonight, you are listening to a peaceful story written for adults who want something atmospheric, gentle, and quietly absorbing, something interesting enough to follow, but soft enough to fall asleep to. As you settle in, you are invited to leave a small comment saying where you are listening from. A town, a country, a cozy room, a rainy window, whatever feels right tonight. If the story brings you calm, you can leave a like. And if you would like more long, soothing stories for sleep, you are welcome to subscribe. Now, take one more slow breath. Let the outside world fade. And let the story begin. There is a hidden garden between spring and the underworld, a place no map can find, where pomegranate trees bloom in every season, quiet streams carry old memories, and a gardener named Elara tends what the world has forgotten. One evening, beneath the four-season tree, single ruby seed appears beside a fallen blossom. A song rises from beyond the garden gate, and Elara begins to understand that even Persephone, queen below and bringer of spring above, may need a place where nothing is asked of her, a place only to rest. There was a valley in old world that did not belong entirely to spring, and did not belong entirely to the underworld. It lay between them, though no map drawn by mortal hands had ever placed it correctly. Shepherds sometimes spoke of it, when returning late from the hills, describing a low place beyond the cypress groves, where the air smelled of rain on warm stone, even in summer drought. Beekeepers claimed that their oldest bees flew there when they grew too tired to return to the hives, and that the honey gathered near those hills held a faint taste of pomegranate and river mist. Women carrying baskets of herbs sometimes paused at the edge of the western path and listened, because on certain evenings, when the sun had not yet set, but the shadows had begun to lengthen, they thought they heard water moving underground. No road led openly into the valley. No temple stood at its entrance. No painted sign declared it holy. But the old people in the villages nearby still lowered their voices when they spoke of that place, because they understood that not every sacred thing wished to be visited by crowds. Some places were sacred because they were seen. Others were sacred because they were left undisturbed long enough to remember themselves. The valley belonged to the second kind. It rested beyond a slope of silver grasses, between two ridges of dark cypress and wild olive. In the mornings, mist lay there in pale folds. At noon, sunlight gathered in the grass and warmed the stones until lizards came out to sleep. In the afternoon, the whole valley turned gold, as if the sun had poured itself into the hollow and forgotten to leave. Small streams moved through it without noise, slipping beneath moss and over smooth pebbles. Poppies grew near the low banks. Wild violets gathered in the shade. Crocus, narcissus, iris, anemone, and hyacinth appeared in their seasons, and sometimes outside them, as though time softened there and let flowers remember more than 1 month at once. At the center of the valley stood a garden. It was not grand in the way kings and tyrants made gardens grand. There were no marble terraces built to impress ambassadors, no pools edged with polished stone, no clipped hedges shaped into animals, no long avenues meant to display power. This garden was older and quieter. Its paths were narrow, its stones uneven, its walls low and half covered in time. Pomegranate trees grew there in loose circles, their branches bending in graceful arcs over beds of flowers, and shaded places where someone might sit without being seen from the path. Between the trees stood ancient stones. Some were carved with names, so weathered that only the first letters remained. Some bore the shapes of wheat, torches, seeds, flowers, and flowing water. One stone showed a woman holding sheaves of grain in one hand and a torch in the other. Another showed a young queen with lowered eyes, a flower crown at her brow, and a pomegranate resting in her palm. Their faces had been softened by time, but not erased. At the garden's far edge, where the land sloped gently downward into a grove of black poplar and cypress, a spring emerged from the earth. It did not rush. It did not sparkle brightly in the manner of mountain water. It rose quietly from a crack between two stones, clear and cold, then gathered itself into a narrow stream that wound through the roots of the pomegranate trees and disappeared beneath a curtain of ferns. Some said the spring was fed by the upper world, from snowmelt and rain. Others said it came from below, from one of the hidden rivers that moved through the realm of Hades, not the harsh river of forgetfulness, nor the dark river crossed by the newly dead, but some gentler branch that had learned the language of roots. Elara did not know which story was true. She only knew that the spring never dried, even in years when the hills cracked open under heat, when wells grew shallow and goats stood in the shade with their heads lowered. The spring remained, quiet, clear, faithful. It fed the garden, and the garden, in turn, seemed to feed the valley around it, not with abundance in the market sense, not with baskets of fruit to be weighed and sold, but with a steadiness that entered the air. Elara had tended the garden for 9 years. Before that, she had tended other forgotten sacred places, a roadside shrine to Hermes where travelers had stopped leaving stones, a small altar to Hestia in a village house that had become storage for broken jars, a grove once sacred to Artemis, where hunters no longer brought thanks, though deer still moved there at dawn, a cracked fountain dedicated to nymphs, hidden behind a vineyard wall. Lara had a gift for such places, not the kind of gift that made stories louder. No prophecy had been spoken over her cradle. No god had appeared in a storm of light to faithfully claim her service. She had simply been born with the ability to notice when a place was lonely. Lonely springs, not abandoned in anger, not cursed, only left behind by forgetful hands and busy lives. People still prayed when they needed rain. They still poured wine when the harvest came. They still lifted their faces to the gods at weddings, births, voyages, and funerals. Of the smaller acts of reverence, the everyday tending, the little repairs, the clearing of weeds from old steps, the fresh water in a bowl, a garland placed without asking for anything in return, those were often the first things to fade. Elara restored them quietly. She swept, she weeded, she washed stone with spring water, she planted herbs where incense had once burned, she laid flowers before weathered names. She did not ask whether anyone noticed. A sacred place, she believed, did not need admiration as much as care. The garden in the hidden valley had come to her after a dream. She had been sleeping in a small village near Eleusis, in a room above a miller's storehouse, with barley dust in the floorboards and the sound of doves in the roof. The air had been warm that night, and she had dreamed of a pomegranate tree growing beneath both sunlight and stars. Its branches were heavy with red fruit, but also with blossoms. Around its roots, flowers of every season grew together without crowding one another. Crocus beside poppy, narcissus beside violet, autumn saffron beside spring anemone. Beneath the tree, A woman in a dark veil sat with her hands folded in her lap, listening to a stream. The woman had not spoken. She had only lifted her head. In the dream, Elara had understood that the garden was waiting to be tended. When she woke, there was a pomegranate blossom on her window sill, not a fallen petal, a whole blossom, fresh and red, though no pomegranate tree grew near the storehouse, and the season for blooming had already passed. Elara had taken it as instruction, though a gentle one. 3 days later, she set out on foot. She followed old paths, asked quiet questions, and listened more than she spoke. She slept in shepherd huts, under olive trees, and once in the outer court of a little shrine to Demeter, where the priestess gave her bread, figs, and directions that sounded more like a riddle than a rote. "Walk until the cicadas fall silent," the priestess had said. "Then follow the water you cannot see. When the air smells of pomegranate, though the trees are still hidden, do not turn back. The valley does not open for haste." Elara did as she was told. On the 7th evening she found the valley. Cicadas stopped just as the sun leaned toward the west. The visible path ended at a stand of cypress. Beneath the roots, Elara heard water. She followed the sound through tall grass and over a slope of pale stone. The air cooled. A sweetness came into it. Pomegranate, yes, but also damp earth, wild mint, and flowers warming in the last light. Then the land opened. The valley lay below her, quiet and golden, and at its center stood the garden, enclosed by low walls, and half hidden beneath the soft green of pomegranate leaves. Lara did not enter at once. She stood above it until the sun lowered behind the ridge and the first evening star appeared. She felt then that the garden was not empty, not inhabited in the usual sense. No person moved among the trees. No smoke rose from a house. No animal startled in the grass. But the place had presence, the way a room may still hold warmth after someone beloved has just left it. At last she descended. The gate was made of olive wood and bronze. One hinge had loosened. Vines had grown through the lower bars. A snake slept on the threshold, small and harmless, its body warmed by the day's heat. Elara waited till it slipped away into the grass before entering. Inside, the garden was neglected, but not ruined. The paths had narrowed under weeds. Stream had filled with fallen leaves. Some of the pomegranate trees needed pruning. The ancient stones were veiled in moss. Wildflowers grew everywhere, not disorderly exactly, but too thick in some places, too sparse in others. The air felt heavy with memory, as though the garden had been holding its breath for many years. At the center stood the tree from her dream. It was larger than the others, not taller by much, but older in its bearing. Its trunk twisted in a slow spiral, silver brown and deeply grooved. Its branches spread wide enough to cast shade over a circle of stone benches. Around its roots grew flowers from every season. Some were spring flowers, small and bright. Some belonged to late summer. Some should not have been there until autumn. Yet none seemed out of place. Most strange of all, the tree held everything at once: leaf, bud, blossom, green fruit, ripe pomegranate. One branch was bright with red flowers. Another carried round fruit, blushed with gold. Another held small, hard beginnings, no larger than beads. Beneath them, a single pomegranate lay open on a flat stone, its ruby seeds shining in the dimming light. Elara understood then that this was the tree the dream had shown her. She knelt at its roots, not in fear, but in respect. The earth was cool beneath her hands. "I have come to tend what waits," she said softly. The leaves stirred, though there was no wind. That had been 9 years ago. Since then, Elara had lived in a small stone cottage at the edge of the valley, where the garden wall met a grove of myrtle and cypress. The cottage was simple: one room for sleeping, one for cooking, a work table beneath the window, shelves for herbs and clay jars, a hearth for winter evenings, and a narrow porch shaded by grapevine. Her tools hung neatly near the door: pruning knife, basket, water jar, linen cloths, small broom of bound twigs, a copper bowl for offerings, a spool of wool thread for tying gentle supports around young stems. Her days were slow but full. At dawn she walked the garden paths before the heat settled. She checked the stream for fallen leaves, loosened soil around the roots, and gathered spent flowers. She made small garlands for the ancient stones, sometimes of violets, sometimes of myrtle, sometimes of wheat stems and pomegranate leaves. She repaired what weather damaged. She cut back what overgrew. She planted where the garden asked for color. She listened to bees moving among the blossoms, and to the water passing under stones. At noon, when the valley grew warm, she rested in the shade or worked inside the cottage, grinding herbs, mending baskets, copying old prayers onto strips of linen so they would not vanish entirely. In the late afternoon, when the light turned golden and long, she returned to the garden as center and sat beneath the strange pomegranate tree. That was when the tree seemed most awake. Every season touched it differently. In spring, the flowers around its roots opened so thickly that the air seemed woven with color. In summer, its leaves gave deep shade, and the fruit on its branches glowed like small hidden lamps. In autumn, some of its leaves turned bronze, though others remained green, and the ripe pomegranates split just enough to show their seeds. In winter, when frost silvered the valley grasses, and the stream steamed faintly in the cold morning, the tree still held blossoms. No other tree did this, only that one. The villagers who occasionally climbed to the ridge with offerings called it the four-season tree. A shepherd once called it the Queen's tree, and then refused to explain why. The old priestess from Eleusis, who visited only once in those 9 years, stood beneath it for a long time and whispered a hymn to Demeter under her breath. Elara had never picked its fruit. This was not because anyone had forbidden her. No voice had warned her away. No omen had darkened the light. The tree did not seem dangerous. If anything, it felt gentle. But its fruit did not feel offered in the way fruit from the other trees sometimes was. Oh, she gathered carefully, leaving the first and last for the gods, drying some seeds, pressing some juice into clay jars, and setting aside the most beautiful fruit for small autumn offerings. A four-season tree was different. Its fruit felt like memory, and memory, Elara knew, was not something one plucked merely because it had ripened. On the afternoon when the mystery began to change, the valley was full of late summer warmth. The sky was clear. Bees moved lazily through the thyme. The stream near the lower wall slipped over its stones with its usual quiet voice. Golden light lay across the garden paths, touching the ancient stones and the red fruit overhead. Elara had spent the morning cutting back dry stems near the western beds and tying up a young pomegranate branch that had bent to low after a week of rain. By afternoon she was tired in a pleasant way. Her arms ached lately from work. Palms smelled of leaves. A strand of hair had escaped her braid and clung to her cheek. She carried a basket of faded flowers toward the compost hollow, walking slowly beneath the shade of the pomegranate trees. She passed the central tree. She stopped. One of its blossoms had fallen. This had happened before, of course. Blossoms fell in their time, but this one had not fallen to the ground. It rested on the stone bench beneath the tree, placed upright, its red petals open toward the sky. Beside it lay a single pomegranate seed, not a spilled cluster, not a broken fruit, one seed, ruby bright, perfect. Elara set down her basket. The garden was very quiet. Even the bees seemed farther away. She looked up into the branches. None of the fruit above had split. None showed signs of damage. The blossom on the bench was fresh, though no wind moved through the leaves. The seed beside it caught the sunlight, and shone as if lit from within. Elara did not touch it. She sat on the opposite bench and waited. The old gardeners in her first village had taught her that one should not rush toward every strange thing. A garden spoke in many ways. Wilting leaves, sudden bloom, the path of ants, the silence of birds, the way water gathered where it had never gathered before. Not every sign required an answer. Some needed only to be noticed. So Elara noticed the red blossom, the single seed, the gold light, the scent of pomegranate thickening in the air. Then the stream changed. It was a small change. The water did not rise. No sound broke the stillness, but the stream that wound through the garden seemed suddenly to carry light beneath its surface, pale gold and silver together, as though afternoon had sunk into the water and begun moving toward the roots of the tree. Elara stood. The light in the stream flowed toward the central tree. When it reached the roots, the ground gave a soft sigh. Sounds exactly. A feeling underfoot. The tree's leaves trembled. The single seed on the bench rolled once, very gently, and came to rest against the fallen blossom. Then, from somewhere beyond the garden wall, a woman's voice began singing. It was distant, low, not a song of celebration, not a morning song either. It sounded like someone singing to herself, or walking a path she had walked many times before, a melody known so deeply it no longer needed effort. The language was old, older than the village dialects Elara knew, but some words floated clear through the golden air. Ko, mother, seed, return. Lara's breath slowed. She knew the names, of course. Everyone in that part of the world knew the story. Demeter, the great mother, goddess of grain and green growth, searching the earth for her daughter. Persephone, called Kor in her youth, the maiden of flowers, taken beneath the world and becoming queen beside Hades in the shadowed realm. The pomegranate seeds that bound her to the underworld for part of each year. The sorrow of Demeter that brought winter, and the return of Persephone that brought spring. Children learned the shape of it early, though each village told it differently. Some told it with fear, some with reverence. Some emphasized loss, some emphasized return. The Eleusinian priestesses spoke of it more softly, as a mystery not meant to be flattened into a tale. Descent and return, seed and harvest, grief and reunion, a hidden life within the earth, a promise that what disappears may be working in darkness toward bloom. Elara had tended Demeter's altars. She had woven flower crowns for Persephone in spring. She had poured honeyed water onto old stones and left pomegranate seeds in clay bowls at the turning of autumn. But never had she heard a voice in an empty garden sing, Kor as if calling someone beloved by the old name. The song faded. The valley remained golden. A breeze moved at last, soft enough to stir the fallen blossom, but not the seed. Elara turned slowly toward the garden gate. It stood open. She was certain she had closed it that morning. Beyond it, the path sloped downward, toward the cypress grove and the spring. The shadows there had deepened, though the rest of the valley remained bright. Between the trees, something pale moved. Not a figure, not clearly, only the impression of a veil, perhaps, or light passing behind leaves. Elara did not follow, not yet. She looked back at the four-season tree. The blossom and seed remained on the bench. Quiet understanding came to her then, not as words spoken aloud, but as certainty settling into the body. Someone was coming, or someone had already come close. And the tree, which had bloomed through every season far longer than any mortal memory could hold, was beginning to remember aloud. That evening, Elara prepared the garden with unusual care. She swept the central path with her twig broom, not to make it look tidy for human eyes, but because sweeping helped her listen. She cleared fallen leaves from the spring channel. She filled the copper bowl near the ancient stone of Demeter with fresh water. At the stone of Persephone she placed violets, a single poppy, and 3 leaves from the four-season tree that had fallen naturally onto the path. She did not move the blossom or seed from the bench. The sun lowered. The valley became amber. Birds crossed the sky in quiet lines. Bees returned to their hidden places. The first coolness of evening rose from the stream. Elara lit a small oil lamp at the cottage door, and another in the niche near the garden gate. Then she sat beneath the four-season tree, and waited for night, not with fear, not even with expectation exactly, with the calm attention she had learned from years of tending places that spoke slowly. As twilight entered the valley, the ancient stones seemed to grow less like remnants and more like witnesses. The carved grain in Demeter's hand deepened with shadow. Persephone's softened face gathered dusk beneath the brow. The spring darkened under the cypress trees, and above the garden wall the first star appeared. Elara wrapped her shawl around her shoulders. The fallen blossom on the bench had not wilted. The seed still shone. When the moon rose, the stream began carrying light again. This time it was not gold. It was silver, with a faint red glimmer running through it like the heart of a pomegranate seed. The light moved slowly toward the tree. When it reached the roots, the air under the branches warmed. For the evening had grown cool. The flowers at the base of the trunk turned slightly, all of them, as if facing someone Elara could not see. Then the woman's voice returned, closer now, still beyond the gate, still among the cypress. The melody came in fragments, a line rising, a line falling, a pause, the sound of water, then a few words, clearer than before. Before the ascent, before the crown of spring, one quiet garden, one remembered tree. Elara closed her eyes. The song entered her not as music alone, but as images. A path beneath the earth, lit by pale stones. A queen walking slowly, her dark robe brushing against roots. A crown not of gold, but of flowers waiting to bloom. A pomegranate held in 2 hands. A mother standing in a field above, watching the first green return to the furrows. A doorway between seasons, neither sorrow nor joy alone, but something deeper that held both. When Elara opened her eyes, the garden gate was closed again. The voice had faded. The blossom and seed were still on the bench, but beside them lay something new. A thin circlet woven from stems, not a full flower crown. Only the beginning of one. 3 small flowers had been tucked into it: violet, narcissus, and asphodel. Elara leaned closer. Violet, for spring's softness. Narcissus, for the meadow where Persephone had once gathered flowers before her descent, according to old hymns. Asphodel, for the pale fields of the underworld, where shades wandered gently in the stories told by poets and priests. Spring, descent, the hidden realm, all in one unfinished circle. Elara felt the meaning of it before she understood it. The crown was not complete. The season was not complete. The memory was not complete. She picked up the circlet carefully. It was cool in her hands. The stems were fresh, though she had not woven them. The flowers were real, though asphodel did not grow in the garden, and narcissus did not bloom in late summer. A question moved through her, soft and persistent. Why would Persephone, queen below and bringer of spring above, need a resting garden between the two? And why did the four-season tree keep blooming, as though it refused to let any part of the year be forgotten? Laura did not sleep immediately that night. She sat inside her cottage with the door open to the garden, the unfinished flower crown resting on the table beside a clay lamp. Moths moved near the flame. The air smelled of thyme, pomegranate leaves, and the cool dampness of the stream. Outside, the garden lay under moonlight, quiet but awake. She thought of Persephone not as a distant goddess painted on temple walls, but as someone who moved between worlds every year. Daughter, queen, maiden, bride, beloved of Demeter, wife of Hades, lady of the dead, bringer of flowers, keeper of seeds, a figure split by stories, and yet perhaps more whole than mortals knew. People loved spring because she returned. They mourned autumn because she descended. But what of the place between? What of the days before return, when the underworld began to loosen its hold, but the upper world had not yet opened? What for the quiet hour before reunion? What of the rest needed by one who belonged to more than one realm? Lara looked at the unfinished crown. Every season has its place, she thought. Even the hidden ones. A lamp burned low. At last she rose and placed the circlet in a shallow bowl of water, so the flowers would not fade before morning. Then she went to bed and listened to the stream until sleep came. Her dreams were gentle but strange. She dreamed of the four-season tree standing in a valley filled with snow and poppies at the same time. Beneath it, a woman sat with her face veiled, turning a pomegranate slowly in her hands. She did not seem sad. She did not seem joyful. She seemed tired in the way a long road can make even a goddess tired. In the dream, Elara stood at the edge of the tree as shade, holding the unfinished flower crown. "Who is it for?" she asked. The veiled woman looked up. "For the Parthenon no one asks about," she said. Elara wanted to ask more, but the dream shifted. The stream became a path. The path became a ribbon of gold light. The gold light moved upward through dark earth toward a field where wheat had just begun to green. When Elara woke, dawn had entered the cottage. The shallow bowl on the table was full of clear water. The unfinished crown was gone. In its place lay a single pomegranate leaf. On the leaf, written in dew as if the water itself had learned letters, were 3 words. "Tend the pause." Elara read them quietly. Then again, "Tend the pause." Outside, the valley was filled with morning birdsong. The four-season tree stood at the center of the garden, holding blossom, fruit, and leaf beneath the pale new sun. The bench below it was empty now. No red flower, no shining seed, no crown. But the tree's roots were surrounded by tiny new shoots. At pomegranate, at grass, flowers, violets, narcissus, asphodel, poppy, crocus, anemone, and autumn saffron, all rising together in a small circle around the trunk, as if the seasons had begun speaking to one another in whispers. Elara stood in the cottage doorway, with the pomegranate leaf in her hand. The valley breathed around her. The spring moved softly under the stones, and somewhere far below, or far above, or perhaps only just beyond the edge of ordinary sight, a queen between worlds was drawing nearer to the hidden garden that remembered the part of her journey no one sang about. Elara kept the pomegranate leaf beside her through the morning. She did not place it in water, because the dew-ridden words had not faded, and she feared that water from her own hand might disturb what the night had left. She did not press it between pages either. Oh, she had done that with many sacred leaves before. Some things wished to be preserved, others wished first to be understood. So she laid the leaf On the cottage table beside her clay cup, where the light from the open doorway could touch it without drying it too quickly, tend the pause. The words glimmered faintly whenever the sun shifted. Elara moved through her morning work more slowly than usual. She swept the porch. She shook crumbs from the cloth she had used at breakfast. She rinsed her hands in a basin of cool water scented with mint. Then she stepped outside and stood for a while beneath the vine shade, looking toward the center of the garden where the four-season tree rose in its circle of impossible flowers. The day was bright, but not sharp. A mild gold lay over the valley. Thin mist still rested in the hollows, beneath the cypress trees, and the streams moved with their usual softness, slipping under roots and leafy folds of hay-stones. Ease had returned to the thyme. A lizard sunned itself on the low wall near the gate. Above the western ridge a hawk turned once, then drifted away toward open country. Everything appeared ordinary, but Elara had spent too many years with sacred places to believe that ordinary meant unchanged. The valley was listening. She could feel it in the way the leaves held still between breaths of wind, in the way the flowers around the central tree seemed newly awake, though their petals had opened at dawn, in the way the spring moved under the stones, not louder than before, but more clearly, as though the water had begun speaking just beneath the edge of hearing. Elara walked to the tool-hooks and took down her smallest broom, the one bound with myrtle twigs. She did not take the pruning knife. She did not take the basket for gathering fruit. The message on the leaf had not said harvest, nor search, nor prepare a feast. It had said, tend, and not the blooming, not the return, the pause. She crossed the garden slowly. At the stone of Demeter, she found the copper bowl still filled with clear water. Few petals had fallen into it during the night. Violet, poppy, and one small white flower she did not recognize. She lifted them out with 2 fingers and placed them at the base of the stone. A carved mother stood with her sheaves and torch, weather softened yet steady, as if she had stood through more waiting than stone itself could remember. Elara touched the edge of the bowl. "Not yet," she whispered, though she did not know to whom. Then she moved to Persephone's stone. A young queen's face, worn by time, seemed different in mourning, not happier, not sadder, only less easily described. Light caught the curve of the pomegranate in her hand. Moss traced the folds of her robe. At her feet the flowers Elara had placed the evening before had not wilted. The violet remained fresh. The poppy's red petals were smooth. The 3 fallen leaves from the four-season tree lay where she had left them, but their undersides had turned silver. Elara bent closer. The silver was not frost. It was writing, not words this time. Lines, a path, perhaps. On the first leaf, a short curve like a stream. On the second, a small circle with roots drawn beneath it. On the third, a shape like a shallow bowl. Elara set the 3 leaves side by side on the stone bench and studied them. Stream, roots, bowl. She looked toward the spring at the far edge of the garden. It emerged, as always, beneath the cypress and poplar, then wound through the pomegranate roots, before disappearing into ferns. Elara had cleared its channel many times. She knew where leaves gathered, where stones shifted in winter rain, where mint grew too thick along the bank. But she never followed it beneath the central tree. The stream seemed to enter the soil there, not vanish exactly, but pass into shadow under a shelf of old roots before appearing again near the lower beds. She had assumed it simply ran below the roots for a short distance. Now she wondered. Stream, roots, bowl. She lifted the leaves carefully and carried them to the four-season tree. The central tree stood beneath the gold of late morning. holding all its seasons at once. Blossoms burned red among green leaves. Young fruit hung small and hard near ripe pomegranates, heavy enough to bow their stems. At its base, the circle of new flowers that had appeared overnight remained fresh. Violets, narcissus, asphodel, poppy, crocus, anemone, and autumn saffron, each in its own small place, none crowding the others. A garden of seasons gathered at the roots. Elara knelt beside them. The soil there was dark and cool. She placed the 3 silver-marked leaves on the earth and watched. Nothing happened at once. That was familiar. She rested back on her heels and listened. Stream moved nearby. Bees drifted in and out of flower shade. Somewhere beyond the wall, an olive branch creaked softly. A pomegranate leaf fell from above, touching the ground near her hand without sound. Then the water changed direction, only slightly. A narrow thread of stream water, no wider than a ribbon, slipped from its usual channel and curved toward the tree as roots. It did not flood. It did not disturb the flowers. It moved with the care of a hand, drawing aside a curtain. The flowers around the trunk parted, not bending away in fear, but opening space. Between the roots, where Elara had always seen only shadow, a seam appeared. It had been hidden by moss, fallen leaves, and the natural twisting of the old tree. Now the seam caught the light. 2 roots curved around it like the rim of a doorway, and below them lay a flat stone fitted into the earth. Elara brushed away the moss with her fingers. The stone was round, no larger than a kneading bowl. Its surface was carved with a faint pattern, half a flower, half a seed, joined by a line of water, a spring basin, not open to the sky, but sealed beneath the tree. She sat very still. Hidden basins were not uncommon in old sacred places. Some held offerings, some protected spring mouths, some marked places where water rose from deeper sources. But this one had been set beneath the 4-season tree, under roots that had grown around it for what seemed like centuries. It had not been forgotten by accident. It had been kept. Elara placed both hands on either side of the stone. "I will not force you," she said. The leaves above her stirred. A ripe pomegranate on the lowest branch trembled once. Then the sealed stone shifted. Much. Only enough for a thin line of cool air to rise from beneath it. The scent that came with it was unlike any air in the upper world. It smelled of wet stone, deeper earth, pomegranate rind, and flowers kept in darkness but not dead. There was a trace of incense, too, old and faint, and something mineral, like water that had passed beneath mountains. Elara waited. The stone shifted again. A small opening appeared at one edge, and from it rose water. Not a stream, not a fountain. A single clear swell, filling the shallow carved hollow at the center of the stone. The basin had not opened fully. It had only revealed its upper face. Water gathered there, still and round, reflecting the branches above. Elara leaned closer. The reflection did not show her own face. It showed a field of wheat under a gray sky, then a meadow of narcissus, then a dark hall lit by blue flame, and a mother's hands pressing seeds into soil, then a young woman's hands lifting pomegranate, then nothing but water again. Elara did not look away. The basin had begun to remember. A line appeared along the stone rim as the water touched it. Letters, long hidden beneath root and moss, filled slowly with light. Elara read them as they became clear. Not every descent is sorrow. Not every return is joy. Between them lies the garden of breath. She read the words once. Then again, the garden of breath. Not the garden of spring. Not the garden of morning. Not the garden of reunion. The garden of breath. Something inside her softened with recognition. The pause was not emptiness. It was the breath between worlds. the place Persephone came not to be celebrated, not to be lamented, not to be claimed as daughter or queen, but to gather herself before becoming again what each realm needed her to be. Elara sat beside the hidden basin while the day warmed around her. She thought of how people spoke of Persephone above, the returning maiden, the joy of Demeter, the green of fields, the opening of flowers. She thought of how people spoke of her below, queen beside Hades, honored by the dead, powerful in the shadowed halls, keeper of the hidden seed. Both were true, perhaps, both sacred. But between those truths must be a quieter one. Who was Persephone when no one was waiting at the threshold with a crown? Who was she before spring called her core again? Who was she after the underworld released her hand, but before the upper world began to bloom? Elara looked at the four-season tree. Its branches held every answer and no answer. The tree bloomed in every season, because the one it remembered belonged to every season, and also to the place between them. By noon, the basin's water had stilled completely. Elara did not cover it. She did not know whether she should. Instead, she placed 3 flat stones near it, so no careless foot would disturb the flowers around the roots. Then she returned to the cottage and brought back a linen cloth, a clay cup, and a little dish of barley for Demeter, pomegranate leaf for Persephone, water for the paws. She did not perform a formal rite. Formal rites had their place, and Elara respected them. But this felt older than ceremony, or perhaps smaller than ceremony, which was sometimes the same thing. She poured a little water from the basin into the clay cup and set it beside the roots. She laid a pinch of barley on the earth. Then she took the pomegranate leaf with the dew-written words and placed it on the rim of the basin. The words had faded now. Only the leaf remained. That seemed right. Messages were not meant to shine forever. Once understood, they could return to being leaves. In the afternoon, Elara prepared the garden for rest. Not for a rival, not for worshippers, not for a festival. Rest has changed what her hands chose. She did not weave garlands for the entrance. She did not sweep the paths until every fallen petal was gone. She did not polish the ancient stones too brightly. Instead, she cleared only enough foris. She let some petals remain where they had fallen. She shook out the old woven mat beneath the shaded side of the tree and spread it over the flattest earth near the basin. She placed a low stool nearby, not as a throne, but as a place to set a cup or folded shawl. She trimmed one branch that had been hanging too low over the bench, then tucked the cut leaves into the compost hollow with thanks. She went to the cottage and opened the chest at the foot of her bed. Inside were things she used rarely: winter cloak, spare pair of sandals, folded linen sheet, a wool blanket dyed with saffron long ago but faded now to soft gold, and a small pouch of dried lavender. Elara lifted the blanket. It had belonged to her grandmother, not a priestess, not a prophet, only a woman who had known how to keep plants alive through dry summers and how to sit beside the sick without filling the room with anxious words. She had taught Elara that some care was active and some care was spacious. "Do not crowd what is healing," she used to say. "Give it warmth, water, and a place to breathe." Elara carried the blanket outside. She spread it beneath the four-season tree, near the hidden basin, where the shade moved gently, but did not darken the ground completely. The wool caught the afternoon light and seemed to hold it. Then she made a simple crown. Not the unfinished circlet that had vanished. Not a crown for procession. Resting crown. She wove it loosely from myrtle, violet leaves, and a few small flowers that had fallen naturally near the path. One crocus, one poppy petal, one sprig of thyme, One white asphodel bloom she found at the edge of the cypress grove, though she had not seen it there before. She left an open space in the crown, a gap, the pause. When it was done, she placed it on the stone bench beside the basin. The day leaned toward evening. The garden seemed less expectant now, more settled. Elara realized she had been preparing not for someone to enter with grandeur, but for someone to come tired and be allowed not to explain herself. This, too, was sacred. Near sunset, the hidden basin changed again. Its water darkened from clear to deep blue, though the sky above remained gold, the line of inscription around its rim filled with soft light. Not every descent is sorrow, not every return is joy. Between them lies the garden of breath. Then beneath those words another line appeared, fainter, older. Elara knelt, waited for the letters to form. Here the daughter lays down the flowers. Here the queen lays down the crown. Here the seed is only a seed. Elara felt the breath leave her slowly. The daughter, the queen, the seed, only a seed. She understood the restfulness of it then more deeply. Persephone was called many things because she truly was many things. Kore, maiden, daughter of Demeter, queen of the underworld, wife of Hades, bringer of spring, holder of the pomegranate, lady of ghosts and green shoots. Every name carried reverence, every name carried love or fear or longing. But even a goddess might need a place where names loosened, where flowers did not demand blooming, where crowns did not ask to be worn, where seeds did not need to become symbol, promise, bargain, or memory, where a seed could be only a seed, resting in the dark until its own time. The stream grew quiet. For a moment, every flower beneath the tree closed slightly, as if bowing into sleep. Then the water in the basin showed another memory. This one unfolded slowly. A young Persephone, kneeling in the meadow, gathering flowers with her companions, the narcissus shining, the earth opening. The old story moved near the edge of the water, but did not become frightening. It passed like a memory long held and softened by many retellings. Then the image changed. Demeter wandering with torches, fields fading, mortals praying, the gods conferring, Hermes descending as messenger, Hades standing in shadow, not cruel in the basin as memory, but solemn, crowned in darkness, his realm vast and quiet behind him. Persephone holding the pomegranate, seeds in her palm, the world waiting. Then the memory shifted again, not to the moment of eating, not to judgment, to afterward. Persephone alone beneath a tree Elara recognized. This tree, smaller then, younger, its branches not yet wide, its trunk not yet twisted into the old spiral. Persephone sat beneath it, with her hands open on her knees. No crown, no torch, no mother, no husband, no court of shades, no celebrating fields. Only the tree, only the basin, only breath. The image faded. Elara bowed her head. So the garden was not merely a place Persephone visited. It had been made, or grown, or remembered to being for this, the pause, the breath between being taken and being returned, the breath between belonging below and belonging above, the breath between names. The water cleared. Twilight entered the garden. Elara remained kneeling until the first star appeared. Then, very gently, she spoke. If she comes, she may rest. The tree gave a soft sound above her, leaves touching leaves, a pomegranate turning on its stem, blossoms moving in a wind too slight to feel. Elara rose and went to light the evening lamps. She lit one at the cottage door, one near Demeter's stone, one near Persephone's, one at the garden gate, but she did not light the lamp beneath the four-season tree. The basin held enough light of its own. As night settled, She prepared a small meal and ate outside on the cottage porch. Bread, olives, soft cheese, figs, and water from the ordinary stream, not from the hidden basin. The valley cooled around her. The cypress trees darkened. The first moths appeared near the lamps. Somewhere beyond the grove an owl called once, then fell silent. Elara did not feel alone, nor did she feel washed in an uncomfortable way. She felt accompanied by the valley itself. After supper she washed her cup and returned to the central tree. The saffron blanket lay beneath it, catching the basin as faint light. The resting crown sat open on the bench. The barley remained where she had placed it. The clay cup stood beside the roots. The hidden basin reflected the stars now, though the branches overhead should have blocked them. Elara sat on the ground a short distance away, not on the blanket. That was not for her tonight. She folded her hands in her lap and let the silence deepen. For a long while nothing happened. A breeze moved through the pomegranate leaves. A little water passed under stones. A moth settled on the edge of the basin, opened and closed its wings, then flew away. Then the garden gate opened. Elara turned her head. The gate had not creaked. It had simply opened inward, as though someone had touched it with 2 fingers. Beyond it, a path to the cypress grove lay in shadow. From that shadow came golden dust, not bright, not glittering like festival powder. It drifted low over the ground, soft as pollen in late light. Where it touched the path, small flowers opened briefly, and then became buds again, as if greeting and restraint had met in the same breath. A figure stood at the gate, veiled, still. Elara did not stand. Some arrivals should not be met with sudden movement. The figure wore a dark robe that caught the last blue of the night, but at its hem clung tiny petals: violet, asphodel, crocus, narcissus, poppy. Around her head was no crown. Her hair, where it showed beneath the veil, was dark and braided loosely. One hand rested against the gate, the other held nothing. The garden seemed to breathe in. Elara lowered her eyes. "My lady," she said softly. The figure did not answer at once. When she did, her voice was the same one Elara had heard in the song, though nearer now and quieter than expected. "Tonight," she said. "Ah, not my lady." Lara remained still. "What shall I call you?" The veiled woman stepped into the garden. The flowers along the path turned toward her, then settled again. "For this hour," she said. Nothing. The answer entered the garden like cool water. Elara understood. Here the daughter lays down the flowers. Here the queen lays down the crown. Here the seed is only a seed. She bowed her head. "Then nothing will be asked of you." The figure stood beneath the pomegranate leaves, silent. The basin glowed. The saffron blanket waited. The open crown waited. The clay cup waited. The stream moved softly through roots. After a while the veiled woman walked to the 4-season tree and sat on the blanket Elara had placed there. She did not sit like a queen receiving homage, nor like a maiden returning to spring. She sat like someone who had walked a very long way through shadow and light, and had found, for a little while, a place where neither needed an answer. Elara rose only to take the clay cup from beside the roots. She filled it with water from the basin. The water shone briefly in the cup, then became clear. She placed it near the veiled woman's hand and withdrew. No words were needed. The veiled woman lifted the cup and drank. The 4-season tree stirred above her. One red blossom fell, landing softly on the edge of the saffron blanket. The veiled woman picked it up and held it in her palm. For a moment Elara thought the goddess might speak. Instead, she closed her fingers gently around the blossom and lowered her head, not in grief, not in joy, in rest. The garden held its breath around her. Then slowly, very slowly, the flowers at the roots of the tree began to close for the night. Violet, crocus, poppy, narcissus, asphodel, each folded inward, not fading, not dying, only accepting the dark. Elara sat near the edge of the path, hands folded, heart quiet. She had tended altars where people came to ask. She had tended shrines where people came to thank. Tonight she tended a pause where even a goddess had come to be unnamed. The moon climbed higher, the basin reflected stars. The veiled woman rested beneath the pomegranate tree that bloomed in every season, and the valley, lying between the underworld and spring, became so still and gentle that even time seemed to sit down beside the stream and wait. Elara did not move for a long time. The veiled woman rested beneath fir-season tree, seated on the saffron blanket, with the fallen red blossom enclosed gently in her hand. Around her, the flowers had folded into night. Violet, crocus, poppy, narcissus, asphodel, anemone, and autumn saffron all rested at the roots, each petal closed, as if the garden itself had grown drowsy. The hidden basin gave off a low, steady light, neither silver nor gold alone, but something between them, like moonlight remembering the sun. The valley beyond the garden wall had become still, not empty, still. There was a difference Elara had learned from years of tending old stones. Empty places echoed, still places listened. Tonight the garden listened. Elara sat near the edge of the path, close enough to tend if tending was needed, far enough that rest would not feel watched. Her hands lay folded in her lap. Her shawl had slipped from one shoulder, but she did not adjust it. Even small movements seemed unnecessary beneath that tree. The veiled woman had asked not to be called by any title. Not daughter, not queen, not lady, nothing, for this hour. And so Elara let the hour remain unnamed. The moon rose higher above the valley. Its light came through the pomegranate branches in broken pieces, touching leaves, blossoms, fruit, and the dark veil of the resting figure below. A ripe pomegranate hung just above her shoulder, its skin deep red and faintly split, showing a narrow line of ruby seeds. Nearby, a cluster of young buds remained closed, their green tips still small and hard. On another branch, a fresh blossom opened late, though blossoms usually waited for sun. The four-season tree did not sleep, or perhaps it slept in a different way from other trees. Its roots curved around the hidden basin. Its trunk rose in that slow spiral, silver-brown and weathered, bearing the marks of years Elara could not count. Its branches held more than fruit and flowers. Tonight she could feel that clearly. The tree held moments, thresholds, departures, returns, pauses so quiet that no hymn had carried them outward into the world. The veiled woman's breathing was almost impossible to hear, yet the garden seemed to shape itself around it. When she breathed in, the stream beneath the stones softened. When she breathed out, the pomegranate leaves shifted, though there was no wind. The basin's surface rose and settled with each breath, reflecting not the branches above, but a sky of pale stars that did not match the sky over the valley. Elara looked away after a while, not because the sight frightened her, but because reverence also needed rest. She let her gaze fall to the path stones, to the edges of thyme growing between them, to the little lamp near Persephone's carved stone. Its flame burned low and steady. The stone face seemed gentler tonight, less like an image of a goddess, and more like a memory of someone who had once sat long enough for a sculptor to learn the curve of her quiet. A moth drifted across the path. The veiled woman spoke. Elara. Her voice was very soft. Still, it entered the garden completely. Elara lifted her head. Yes, the veiled woman did not turn toward her. She looked instead at the blossom in her palm, its red petals resting against her pale fingers. "Who have not asked why I came?" "No, many would." Elara considered her answer before giving it. "Many have waited for you." Long silence followed, not displeased, only full. "Yes," the veiled woman said at last. "They wait below. They wait above. My mother waits. The fields wait. The dead wait. Seeds wait. Flowers wait. Even stories wait, though they pretend to know how I feel before I arrive." Elara lowered her eyes. "I did not wish to add another waiting." The veiled woman's hand closed a little around the blossom, and opened again. "That is why the garden let you find the basin." Alara's heart moved, but she kept still. The hidden water glowed beneath the roots. For a while neither of them spoke. Then the veiled woman lifted her face slightly. The veil still softened her features, making them difficult to see clearly, but Elara felt her attention turn toward the tree. "This tree remembers without choosing," she said. Elara listened. "That is rare." The leaves above them stirred. "In the upper world," the veiled woman continued, "they remember me by flowers. They remember my return by green fields, by grain lifting, by my mother's hands, opening again to the earth. They call me Kori, as though the spring makes me young each time it rises." She paused. "In the lower world they remember me by the pomegranate, by the throne, by the quiet halls where names fade and are received. They call me queen, because a realm of shadows needs a hand steady enough to bless what cannot return." The basin darkened slightly, then cleared. "Both memories are true," she said, "and neither is whole." Lara let those words settle. The tree gave a soft sound overhead, one ripe fruit turning gently against its stem. "The tree holds all of them?" Elara asked quietly. The veiled woman nodded. "All that it has been given. The meadow, the opening earth, the first descent, my mother's torches, the long winter, the first return, the first time I was called queen and understood that the dead needed gentleness more than grandeur, the first spring after I had known darkness, the first autumn when I descended without being taken." The last line entered Elara slowly. "The first autumn when I descended without being taken." The garden seemed to grow even quieter around it. The veiled woman turned the blossom in her palm. "Stories often remain where they first wounded themselves. They forget that time continues. They remember the opening earth, but not every road I walked afterward by my own will. They remember my mother's grief, but not the way she learned to place bread at the threshold and trust that I would come when the season turned. They remember seeds as a binding, but not that seeds are also kept safe in darkness until they are ready." Elara felt the words move through the valley like water through soil. No correction was spoken harshly. No old hymn was dismissed, only widened. The four-season tree held blossom, fruit, leaf, and seed because Persephone herself could not be held by one season alone. A fresh red petal fell from above and landed near Elara's knee. She did not pick it up. The veiled woman looked toward her at last. Through the veil, Elara glimpsed eyes dark as shaded earth and bright as water under sun. They were not sorrowful, not exactly. They were old with knowing and young with returning, both at once. "You tend forgotten places," the veiled woman said. "I try. You know what happens when a name is spoken only one way for too long." Elara thought of lonely altars, of stones dedicated to gods people feared, but did not love, of shrines where offerings had become habit without tenderness, of sacred pools remembered only for miracles, not for the water that needed clearing each winter. "It becomes smaller," she said. "Yes." The veiled woman lowered her gaze again. "This tree keeps me from becoming small." The sentence was so quiet that Elara almost wondered whether she had heard it fully. But the tree answered, not with words, with memory. The hidden basin brightened, and its surface changed. Elara saw the four-season tree as it had been, long ago, not old, not wide, but young and slender, growing near the first shaping of the spring. Its leaves were few, its trunk smooth. Around it, the garden was not yet a garden, only a sheltered hollow where water moved between stones. A young woman sat beside it, veiled in shadow, a pomegranate resting unbroken in her lap. Her hair was loose. She wore no crown. Her eyes were turned toward the roots, where the first small flowers had begun to grow. She touched the soil with one hand. A figure stood nearby, barely visible at the edge of the memory. Tall, dark-robed, still, Hades, Elara thought, though the basin did not name him. He did not approach the tree. He did not command. He stood at a respectful distance, as one might stand outside a room where someone needed silence. In his hands was no scepter, no chain, no symbol of rule, only a small clay lamp. He placed the lamp on a stone and stepped back. The young Persephone looked at it, then at him. No words passed between them that Elara could hear. The gesture remained in the basin, like a soft ember, a lamp given without demand. The memory changed. Now Demeter stood in the garden, not as a statue, not as the distant goddess of fields, but as a mother with earth on the hem of her robe and exhaustion in the line of her shoulders. She stood beneath the same young tree, one hand against the trunk. Persephone stood before her, older than the maiden of spring stories, younger than the queen of winter prayers, and neither entirely. Between them lay a pomegranate split open on a stone. Demeter touched the fruit, and touched her daughter's cheek. The basin held the moment gently, offering no speech. The memory changed again. Hermes arrived with winged sandals, dusty from both worlds, leaning against the low wall and smiling faintly, not with mischief, but with relief. He carried no message in the scene, only a bundle of wild flowers tied with grass. He set them near the basin and left before being thanked. The memory changed. An old woman, Elara, did not recognize knelt beside the spring, washing the dust from Persephone's sandals. A mortal caretaker, perhaps. One of those who had tended the garden before memory thinned. The goddess sat quietly and allowed it. The old woman did not bow over much. She simply washed, dried, and set the sandals in the shade. The memory changed. Persephone alone beneath the tree in autumn, removing a crown of dark metal and laying it on the bench. The crown did not vanish. It rested there, heavy but peaceful, while she leaned back against the trunk and closed her eyes. The memory changed. Persephone alone beneath the tree in spring, removing a crown of flowers and laying it beside the dark one. Petals fell over metal. Neither crown touched her head. Then the water cleared. Elara had not realized tears had gathered in her eyes until one slipped down her cheek. She brushed it away quietly. The veiled woman did not comment. The garden returned. Moonlit tree, closed flowers, hidden basin, saffron blanket, open resting crown. The quiet shape of the goddess seated beneath the branches. "These are thresholds," Elara said softly. "Yes, and the tree remembers each one. It does not ask which one is most true." Elara looked up into the branches. That was the answer beginning to form. The four-season tree bloomed in every season, because it refused to divide the one it sheltered. It did not decide that spring was more beautiful than winter, or that blossom mattered more than fruit, or that ripe seeds were more sacred than closed buds. It held every stage without argument. It held Persephone as core without making her only a maiden. It held Persephone as queen without making her only shadow. It held the descent without making it only sorrow. It held the return without making it only joy. It held the pause, a place where no part needed to defeat another in order to belong. Elara felt the meaning enter her body with the slow certainty of warm light. The veiled woman rested back against the trunk. "Mortals know this better than they think," she said. Lara looked at her. "In a single life you are many things. Child, then not child. Beloved, stranger, worker, mourner, healer, one who waits, one who leaves, one who returns. You think each season replaces the last, but the body remembers all. So does the heart." A pomegranate leaf fell and landed on the saffron blanket between them. The veiled woman touched it. "When a heart is kind, it becomes a tree like this," she said, "not because it stays blooming always, because it stops asking one season to erase another." Elara thought of her own life, the villages she had left, the shrines she had restored and then entrusted to others, her grandmother's hands teaching her to water at the roots, not the leaves, the quiet years in the hidden valley. She had often thought of herself as someone who tended what others forgot, but beneath that, perhaps, she had been tending her own wish not to be forgotten by time, not in a grand way, only in the small human way of wanting each season of her life to have mattered. The veiled woman's voice softened. "You have cared for the garden as though it were waiting for me. Was it not?" "It was." Elara bowed her head. "But it was also waiting for someone who would not hurry me into meaning." Her words filled the garden, then settled among the roots. Elara felt the gift of them, and did not grasp at it. "May I ask one question?" she said after a long silence. The veiled woman turned toward her. "One." Elara looked at the four-season tree, then at the hidden basin, then at the open resting crown she had woven and left on the bench. "What memory does the tree keep in its fruit?" The veiled woman was silent for so long that Elara wondered if she had asked wrongly. But the silence did not close. It deepened. At last Persephone lifted her hand toward the nearest ripe pomegranate. The fruit hung low, its red skin warmed by moonlight. It loosened from the branch without breaking and came gently into her palm. She did not open it. "Fruit keeps the memory of choice," she said. Lara listened very carefully. Not the choice others argue over in stories. Not whether a seed was taken, offered, accepted, counted, regretted, or required. Mortals and gods have made many versions of that question, and each tells more about the teller than about me. She held the pomegranate with both hands. This fruit remembers the quieter choice that came later, the choice to stop being only what had happened to me, the choice to become present in both worlds, the choice to let the dark teach me without letting it consume me, the choice to let the light welcome me without making me forget what I had learned below. The pomegranate glowed faintly. Its skin showed, for a moment, every stage at once: blossom, green fruit, ripe fruit, open seed, buried seed, root, leaf, blossom again. "That is why no one must pluck from this tree for hunger," she said. "Its fruit is not forbidden. It is waiting for the moment when memory becomes nourishment." Elara repeated the phrase inwardly. Memory becomes nourishment. The pomegranate in Persephone's hands opened by itself. No tearing, no spilling. It parted as gently as a flower. Inside, the seeds shone ruby and gold, each one holding a tiny point of darkness at its center, like night kept safely within sweetness. Persephone took one seed and placed it on the stone beside the basin. Then she closed the fruit again, and it became whole. The seed remained. "Not tonight," she said. Elara understood enough not to ask. The veiled woman set the pomegranate beside the open resting crown on the bench. The fruit did not roll. It sat as if it had always belonged there. The moon passed through a thin veil of cloud, and the garden darkened for a few breaths. When the light returned, Persephone had lowered her veil fully again. Her face was hidden, her shoulders had softened. The blossom in her hand had fallen open across her palm. The night grew deeper. Elara sensed that words had ended for now. She rose quietly, went to the cottage, and returned with a second clay cup, this one filled with water from the ordinary stream. She placed it at the far side of the bench for herself, then sat again near the path. She did not drink at once. She only held the cup and let its coolness pass into her hands. They remained like that for much of the night. A goddess resting beneath a tree that held all her names. A gardener keeping company with the silence. The hidden basin glowing between roots. The open crown waiting with its gap. The single seed resting beside the water. Near the hour before dawn, the veiled woman stirred. The flowers at the tree's roots opened slightly, though the sun had not risen. Elara straightened, but did not stand. Persephone looked toward the eastern ridge, where the darkness had begun to loosen. "My mother will soon feel the road beneath my feet," she said. There was no sorrow in the words, no dread, only awareness. "The fields will begin listening," Elara said. Yes, the veiled woman rose from the saffron blanket. She moved slowly, as if honoring the rest before leaving it. The fallen blossom she had held was now whole again, though its petals were softer. She placed it near the seed beside the basin. Then she lifted the open resting crown from the bench. Elara had left a gap in it. Persephone touched that space with one finger. "A crown that remembers not to close," she said, "because the pause should remain." Yes, she placed the crown not on her head, but around the base of the pomegranate fruit she had left on the bench. The open space in the crown faced the hidden basin, and she turned toward Elara. "Tonight I rested. I am glad. Do not make a shrine of my rest." Elara took the words seriously. "No. Do not call others to see where I sat. No. Do not polish the pause until it shines like ceremony." Elara felt the truth of that settled deep. "I will tend it plainly." Persephone inclined her head. "That is why you were called." The first bird sang from the cypress grove. Dawn had not yet broken, but it had sent its messenger. Persephone walked toward the garden gate. As she passed, the lamps Elara had lit the evening before went out one by one, not extinguished by wind, but completed. At the gate she paused. The veil lifted slightly in the dawn breeze, though not enough for Elara to see her face clearly. "The tree will offer one fruit when it is time," she said. Elara bowed her head. "How will I know?" "You will not need to ask." Persephone looked toward the four-season tree. "It has kept my thresholds. Now it will begin to show you yours." Elara did not understand, not fully, but she accepted that she was not meant to. Persephone stepped beyond the gate into the cypress-shadowed path. For a moment the air around her shimmered with both darkness and spring. Asphodel paled beneath her feet. Violets opened in her wake. The underworld and upper world seemed to meet around her without struggle. Then she was gone. The gate closed softly. The valley exhaled. Elara remained kneeling beside the path until the sun rose. When the first gold touched the four-season tree, the hidden basin dimmed to clear water. The flowers at the roots opened fully. The saffron blanket still lay beneath the branches, faintly scented with pomegranate and earth. On the bench, the whole pomegranate rested inside the open crown. Beside the basin lay the single seed and a red blossom. Elara rose at last. Her knees ached a little. Her eyes were heavy. Her heart felt quiet in a way that was not emptiness, but room. She did not move the pomegranate. She did not move the seed. She did not move the blossom. She only folded the saffron blanket and laid it over the bench, not to remove it from use, but to keep it ready. Then she went to the cottage and made tea with mint and a little honey. The valley brightened around her. Birds began their morning speech. Bees woke in the thyme. The stream resumed its ordinary murmur. But something had changed beneath the ordinary. Elara felt it when she returned to the tree after breakfast. Four-season tree, ut the same, yet the seasons it held no longer seemed like a mystery to be solved. They seemed like a kindness street to be learned. Beneath the tree, on the rim of the hidden basin, new words had appeared, not carved, not lit, written in a line of pomegranate red pollen. Hold every season gently. Elara read them slowly. Hold every season gently. A breeze moved through the branches. One blossom opened. One ripe fruit warmed in the sun. One small leaf unfolded from a bud. One old leaf fell softly to the earth. None replaced the other. None apologized for being early or late. Elara sat beside the basin with her tea cooling in her hands, and understood that the four-season tree remembered Persephone by refusing to choose which part of her was worthy of shelter. It held all. And now, in its quiet way, it was asking Elara to begin learning the same. Elara did not tend the garden quickly that morning. She moved through it as one moves through a room where someone has only just fallen asleep. The valley had brightened under a gentle sun, and the hidden basin beneath the four-season tree had returned to clear water, still and shallow, holding only the reflection of leaves. No silver visions moved in it now. No old memories rose from its depths. The pomegranate on the bench remained nestled inside the open resting crown, its red skin warm with morning light. Beside the basin, the single seed lay where Persephone had placed it, small and bright, neither planted nor taken. The red pollen words still marked the stone rim. Hold every season gently. Elara knelt and read them again. She did not touch the letters. Pollen was easily scattered, and she had no wish to preserve what had been given in a form meant to be delicate. Some messages were not meant to be carved. They were meant to rest lightly on the day, and then enter the one who had read them. Hold every season gently. She breathed the words in. Then she began. She swept the path beneath to meet her stone, but not too cleanly. A few weak-colored leaves had fallen there during the night, and she left them gathered at the base of the carving like a small natural offering. She rinsed the copper bowl and refilled it with fresh water. She trimmed a broken stem from the myrtle near the east wall. She loosened soil around the young violets, lifted fallen petals from the stream, and tied a low pomegranate branch with soft wool threads so that its fruit would not drag against the stones. All the while, words stayed with her. Hold every season gently. At first, she thought only of Persephone, of maiden and queen, of descent and return, of crown and flower, of the pomegranate that remembered choice, and the tree that did not divide the one it sheltered. But as the morning softened into noon, words began to turn quietly toward her. Elara was not a goddess moving between the upper world and the halls below. No hymns were sung for her arrival. No fields waited for her footsteps. No ancient bargain marked the rhythm of her years. She was only a gardener, one woman with soil beneath her nails, a sun-browned face, and a life shaped by paths most people walk past without noticing. And yet, as she worked, she began to feel the truth of what Persephone had said. In a single life, there were many seasons. Not all of them were visible. Not all of them were praised. Some had been useful. Some had been quiet. Some had ended before she understood them. Some still lived in her hands. By midday, the heat gathered under the garden walls. and Elara returned to the cottage to rest. Who poured water into a clay cup and sat at the table near the open door. Beyond the threshold, the valley shimmered slightly in the warm light. Bees moved in low loops through the thyme. The pomegranate leaves cast shifting shadows across the path. On the table lay the pomegranate leaf that had once held the words, "Tend the pause." The writing was gone now. The leaf had dried at the edges, curling inward like a small hand closing around a secret. Elara picked it up carefully and turned it over. Nothing remained but the veins. She almost smiled. A leaf did not become less sacred when it stopped bearing a message. It became itself again. She placed it beside her cup. Then, from the center of the garden, the four-season tree let fall one blossom. Lara did not see it fall. She heard it, not with her ears exactly. A soft touch in the air, a small red silence landing on stone. She rose and went outside. The blossom lay beside the hidden basin, fresh and open, its petals turned upward. As Elara approached, the basin water trembled once. No wind moved the surface. The tremor came from below, from the spring itself, as if a thought had risen through the roots. Elara knelt. The water showed not Persephone this time, but a courtyard she had not seen in many years. Her grandmother's courtyard. Elara grew very still. The image was faint at first, only light on whitewashed walls, then clearer, a fig tree, a low stone bench, a row of clay pots, a shallow basin, where cut herbs floated in water. A younger Elara sat on the ground with a broken thyme plant in her lap, her face serious and unhappy. The plant had been uprooted by accident. Its stems drooped. Soil clung to its thin roots. Her grandmother sat beside her, older hands resting on her knees. In the memory, Elara was perhaps 8 years old. "I killed it," the child said. Her grandmother did not correct her too quickly. She leaned closer, touched one root, and said, "Not everything bent is dead." The child sniffed. "It looks dead. It looks tired. What should I do? Give it water, give it shade, then wait without poking it every hour to see if it has forgiven you." The older Elara, kneeling beside the hidden basin, felt the memory enter her like warm water. She had forgotten the thyme plant, or thought she had. The basin showed the child's hands pressing soil around the roots, clumsily, but with care. Her grandmother guided without taking over. Together they watered the plant and moved it beneath the fig tree. The next day it had still looked wilted. The day after that, slightly less so. A week later, new green had appeared. The water cleared. Elara sat back on her heels. Her grandmother's voice remained. "Not everything bent is dead." She looked toward the red pollen words and the basin rim. "Hold every season gently. Childhood, then, was one of them. Not merely a season of ignorance before knowledge. It merely the beginning of usefulness, a season in its own right, full of small griefs that were real because they had been felt fully, and small restorations that had taught the hands how to trust time." Elara touched the soil beside the basin. "Thank you," she said, not loudly. The tree answered with leaves moving softly above her. That afternoon the garden showed her another threshold. It happened near the western wall, where a narrow bed of wild irises grew in uneven clumps. Elara had been clearing dry grass from around them, when one iris, long past bloom, opened suddenly, not as a true flower, as light. Its faded petals became translucent, and within them Elara saw a roadside shrine to Hermes, the first forgotten sacred place she had tended alone. She had been 20 then, old enough to travel without permission, young enough to believe that setting out meant becoming entirely new. The shrine had stood where 3 dusty roads met, beneath a crooked plane tree. Travelers had once left stones there for safe passage, but the cairn had collapsed. Weeds had covered the little image of Hermes. Someone had broken the offering bowl, and goats had rubbed against the post until it leaned. Elara remembered arriving with nothing more than a basket, a water flask, a small knife, and more certainty than skill. In the iris light she watched herself clearing weeds with fierce concentration. She had worked too hard that day, scraping moss from every stone, cutting back every vine, arranging the traveler stones in a perfect circle. By evening the shrine had looked neat, too neat. An old man with a donkey had stopped at dusk and looked at her work. "You have made it very tidy," he said. Elara had taken pride in that. It was neglected. "So I see. It needed restoring." The old man had tilted his head. "Perhaps, but Hermes likes a little road dust." Young Elara had not known whether to be offended. The old man had placed one uneven stone beside her perfect circle, not inside it, just near enough to disturb the symmetry. Then he had touched his fingers to the leaning post, and continued down the road. Elara remembered staring at that stone for a long time. By morning she had understood enough to leave it where it was. The iris dimmed. The western bed returned to itself. Elara remained crouched among the dry grasses, smiling faintly. Not every sacred place wanted to be made polished. Some needed care that did not erase the mark of use. She had learned that there, at the roadside shrine, or begun to learn it. The season of beginning had been full of effort, full of earnest mistakes, full of the desire to prove she could be trusted with holy things. She had not been wrong to care, but she had been young enough to think care always meant improving what one touched. Now she knew better. Sometimes care meant leaving road dust for the god of roads. She pulled only the driest grass from the irises and left the rest. By late afternoon the valley had turned gold. The hidden basin did not show another memory immediately. The four-season tree stood quietly, holding its blossom, leaf, fruit, and seed. The pomegranate inside the open crown warmed on the bench. The single seed beside the basin remained bright. Elara carried a basket of cut stems toward the compost hollow, and as she passed the low wall near the cypress grove, she noticed a patch of earth where nothing grew. It had always been there, a small bare space beneath the shade. She had tried, years ago, to plant mint there, then violets, then thyme. Nothing had lasted. At last she had accepted it as one of the garden's empty places, and left it alone. Now, in the golden light, the bare earth held a pattern she had not seen before. Footprints, not fresh, not belonging to anyone who had walked there. They were impressions made of shadow and light, crossing the bare patch and stopping near the cypress roots. Elara knelt. The air cooled. A memory rose, not in the basin this time, but in the shade itself. She saw herself leaving a village at dawn, not the village of her grandmother, not the village near Lucis, another one, smaller, drier, a place where she had spent 2 years restoring a cracked fountain dedicated to nymphs behind a vineyard wall. The fountain had begun to run again after the second winter. Children had come to play near it. Women had washed herbs in its basin. Someone had begun leaving flowers there on the new moon. Elara had loved that place, more than she had admitted, but when the fountain no longer needed her daily hands, she had felt the old restlessness move through her. A rumor had reached her of an abandoned grove beyond the hills, once sacred to Artemis. She had packed her tools, said her farewells, and left before the village could ask her to stay longer. In the memory, one woman had walked with her to the edge of the road. "You could remain," the woman had said. Elara had adjusted the strap of her basket. "The fountain is well now." "Yes, but you could remain." At the time, Lara had smiled gently and answered, "There are other places." This had been true. It had also been easier than saying that she did not know how to stay once she was no longer needed. The footprints in the bare earth seemed to deepen. Elara felt the old morning around her, cool air, dust, the weight of tools, the ache of leaving before longing could become a question. She had not thought of herself as lonely then. She had thought of herself as called. Perhaps she had been, but callings, like seasons, could hold more than one truth. The memory faded. The bare earth returned to stillness. Elara remained kneeling there, one hand on the ground. No flower grew in that patch because perhaps it was not a place for blooming. It was a place for footsteps, for leaving, for the season of not staying. She bowed her head. "I did not know how," she whispered. The cypress needles above her moved in the breeze. No answer came. None was needed. As evening approached, Elara returned to the central tree. The garden had shown her 3 seasons of herself. The child who grieved a bent plant and learned to wait. The young woman who restored a shrine too neatly and learned that care should not erase use. The wanderer who left healed places before she had to learn whether she belonged beyond usefulness. None of these memories accused her. That surprised her. They simply arrived, sat beside her, and allowed themselves to be seen. Perhaps that was what it meant to hold every season gently, not to judge them by what one knew later, not to force them into a single lesson, not to say that because one had changed, the earlier self had been foolish or false. Elara sat beneath the 4-season tree as the valley entered twilight. She did not prepare for Persephone in the same way as before. The goddess had told her not to make ceremony of rest. So Elara did what was plain. She shook the saffron blanket free of petals and folded it over the bench. She refilled the clay cup with clear water and placed it beside the basin. She checked that the open resting crown still lay around the pomegranate. She left the single seed untouched. She lit the small lamps at the gate, at Demeter's stone, and at Persephone's stone. Then she sat on the ground with her back against one of the older pomegranate trees. The sky deepened. The first star appeared above the ridge. The stream moved quietly. The hidden basin reflected the darkening branches. For a long while Persephone did not come. Elara did not wonder anxiously. Not all rest happened in the same hour. Not every sacred return followed mortal expectation. The valley itself felt calm, and so Elara let calm be enough. The moon rose. The flowers closed. The pomegranate on the bench gave off a faint red warmth, and a single petal fell into the hidden basin. The water changed. Elara leaned forward. This memory was not hers, nor Persephone's exactly. It belonged to the tree. She saw seasons moving through its branches in slow layers. Spring blossom opening, summer leaf thickening, autumn fruit ripening, winter bark silvering under frost. Instead of one season replacing another, they overlapped like transparent veils. Beneath them all, the roots held steady around the basin. Then the image shifted to Elara herself sitting beneath the tree in different years. The first year, thin from travel, hands full of cuts from clearing brambles, sleeping too lightly in the cottage because the valley still felt unknown. The 3rd year, laughing alone when a goat from the ridge found its way through the gate and ate half a row of young poppies, 4 leaving with great dignity. The 5th year, ill with fever in late winter, wrapped in her grandmother's saffron blanket, while the stream steamed faintly in the cold, and the garden survived 3 days without her hands. The 7th year, standing beneath a storm-bent branch, weeping quietly without knowing why, then going inside to make soup. The 9th year, kneeling beside the hidden basin, learning that the pause had been waiting. Elara watched these cells pass across the water. She had not forgotten all of them, but she had not held them together either. She had turned each year into work done, Weather survived, tasks completed, seasons recorded. The tree remembered differently. It remembered the trembling first year, the laughing third, the fevered fifth, and the sorrowful seventh, the listening ninth. None erased the others. None needed to become explanation. The water cleared. A voice spoke from the gate. You see now. Elara turned. Persephone stood beneath the arch of olive wood and bronze. Tonight she was veiled again, but the veil was lighter, the color of dusk seen through water. Her robe was dark at the hem and pale near the shoulders, as if night and morning had both been woven into it. She wore no crown. In one hand she held a small branch of myrtle, in the other nothing. Elara bowed her head. I see a little. That is usually enough for one night. Persephone entered the garden. The lamps did not go out this time. They burned lower, making room for moonlight. She walked to the tree and stood beside the bench where the pomegranate rested inside the open crown. She touched the fruit lightly. It is not time yet, she said. I thought so. Good. Persephone turned toward Elara. The tree showed you your seasons. Yes. Did you welcome them? Elara looked down at her hands. I watched them. A beginning. I found myself wanting to comfort some, correct others, and explain a few away. A softness came into Persephone's voice. And did you? Not aloud? That too is a beginning. Elara smiled faintly. Persephone moved the saffron blanket, but did not sit yet. Instead, she looked toward the bare patch of earth beneath the cypress shade. You have left many places. Yes. Some because it was time. Yes. Some because being needed felt safer than being known. Laura's breath caught quietly. The words were not sharp. That made them enter more deeply. Yes, she said. Persephone nodded, not in judgment, but in recognition. There are seasons of leaving that protect the seed, she said. There are seasons of leaving that scatter it before it can root. Both may live in one life. Elara looked toward the bare earth. I thought tending forgotten places was my way of belonging. It is one way. One? Persephone sat then on the saffron blanket, folding her robe around her. A seed belongs to the hand that plants it, she said. It also belongs to the dark, to the rain, to the field, the season that waits above it. Belonging is not always one place. Elara listened. The stream moved beneath the roots. Persephone looked up into the four-season tree. But even seeds that travel must sometimes learn the difference between being carried and being unable to rest. The garden grew very quiet around that. Elara understood that the words were for her. But not only for her. They were old words, seed words, words that could sleep in the soil of a life until a later season warmed them. I have stayed here 9 years, Elara said. Yes, that is longer than I have stayed anywhere. Yes, and still, sometimes, when the garden grows quiet, I think of the next forgotten place. Persephone looked at her through the dusk-colored veil. Do you think of it as longing or escape? Elara did not answer quickly. A moth moved between them, then vanished into moonlight. I do not know, she said at last. Then tend the question. Do not hurry it into virtue or fault. Elara closed her eyes briefly. That felt like something her grandmother might have said, if her grandmother had spoken in the language of goddesses and seeds. When she opened them, Persephone had taken the resting crown from around the pomegranate. She held it carefully, leaving its open gap undisturbed. This crown is not finished, Persephone said. No, nor should it be, but it may hold more than my paws. Elara watched as Persephone touched the crown to the edge of the hidden basin. The water rose just enough to wet the stems. Then the goddess held the crown toward Elara. I had one flower from a season of your own. Elara did not move at once. My own? Yes. Which flower? The one that asks. Persephone placed the open crown back on the bench and rested her hands in her lap. Elara stood slowly. She walked through the garden by moonlight, not searching too hard, remembering Syra from another story. No, no Syra here. She remembered instead her grandmother's counsel. Do not crowd what is healing. Give it warmth, water, and a place to breathe. She passed the violets, the poppies, the thyme, the crocus sleeping near the roots, the asphodel pale in the cypress shade. At last, near the western wall, she found a small thyme flower, still open after dark. Thyme had grown in her grandmother's courtyard. Thyme had been the bent plant she thought she had killed. Thyme had taught her to wait without poking the roots. She knelt and touched it. May I? The stem loosened beneath her fingers. She carried the tiny flower back to the tree. It was not impressive, not bright like poppy, not mythic like narcissus, not pale and underworld, bound like asphodel, only a little thyme flower, lavender white and fragrant when warmed by the hand. Elara placed it into the open crown, near the gap, but not closing it. The crown gave off a faint scent of herbs. Persephone inclined her head. There, she said, the season welcomed. Elara sat again, quieter now. The hidden basin reflected the crown. In the water, the thyme flower appeared larger, not because it had changed, but because the basin knew how to see small things without making them grand. Persephone rested beneath the tree for another hour. She did not speak again. Elara did not need her to. The night moved slowly through the valley. Stars deepened overhead. The stream breathed beneath the stones. The four-season tree held all its leaves and blossoms and fruit in patient balance. At some point, Elara's eyes grew heavy, and she allowed them to close for a few breaths. She did not sleep fully. She drifted. In that drifting, she saw her younger selves beneath the tree. The child with the thyme plant, the young woman beside the roadside shrine, the wanderer leaving the fountain village, the fevered gardener beneath the saffron blanket, the woman she was now. They did not speak to one another. They did not merge into one figure. They simply sat in the shade together, each holding what belonged to her season. The sight did not make Elara feel complete in some final way. It made her feel less divided. When she opened her eyes, Persephone was standing near the gate. The resting crown remained on the bench, now holding the little thyme flower among the others. The pomegranate still rested inside it, whole and waiting. The single seed remained beside the basin. "Will you come again tomorrow?" Elara asked softly. Persephone looked back. "The paw still needs tending, does it?" The goddess's veil moved slightly in the night breeze. "Do you?" Elara lowered her gaze. The answer was yes, but not in a desperate way. In the way soil needed rain. In the way a lamp needed oil. In the way even a well-tended garden sometimes needed the gardener to sit down and notice what had grown in her own chest. "Yes," Elara said. "Then perhaps the pause does too." Persephone passed through the gate and into the cypress shadow. The air shimmered faintly where she had gone, then settled. Elara remained beneath the four-seasoned tree until dawn. When morning came, the pomegranate inside the open crown had changed. Not opened, not offered, not yet, but its skin now held a faint mark near the stem. A tiny sprig of thyme, shaped in gold. Elara touched the mark with one finger. The fruit was warm. On the rim of the hidden basin, the red pollen words had shifted. Hold every season gently had faded. In its place, written in the same soft red dust, were new words. Do not make usefulness the only proof of belonging. Elara read them once, then sat down slowly on the earth beside the basin. The garden brightened around her. Bees began to wake. The stream moved through the roots, and beneath the four-season tree, where Persephone had rested, and Elara's own small thyme flower, now lived in the open crown. The morning felt wide enough to hold every season that had brought her there. Elara did not begin with work. This was unusual enough that the morning noticed. She woke before sunrise, as she often did, to the sound of the stream moving softly beyond the cottage wall. Pale light gathered in the window. A bird called once from the cypress grove, then fell silent, as if remembering that dawn had not fully arrived. The air was cool and faintly floral, carrying the scent of thyme, damp stone, and the pomegranate leaves that had released their sweetness in the night. For a while Elara lay still. Her hands rested above the blanket. Usually, by this hour, her mind had already begun arranging the day. Eastern beds needed watering. The spring channel needed clearing. The copper bowl at Demeter's stone would need fresh water. The low branch near the wall should be checked. The myrtle brake had grown unevenly. The lamps should be cleaned, the paths swept, the basin watched. But beneath all those ordinary thoughts, another line waited. Do not make usefulness the only proof of belonging. It had appeared on the hidden basin in red pollen, soft enough for wind to disturb, strong enough to follow her into sleep. Now it rested inside her like a seed. Elara turned her head toward the open doorway. The garden was not yet visible from her bed, only the first pale wash of morning beyond the threshold. She listened for some sign that she was needed urgently. A branch breaking, water blocked by leaves, a goat in the poppies, a sudden wind. But the valley offered only its quiet sounds. Water, leaves, the breath of morning. Nothing asked for yet. The thought should have been restful. Instead, it opened a small uneasiness. Elara sat up slowly. On the chair beside her bed lay her working shawl, folded neatly. Sandals waited near the door. Her tools hung outside beneath the porch roof. Pruning knife, basket, myrtle broom, linen cloths, copper trowel, wool thread. Even in stillness, they seemed to lean toward purpose. She looked at them through the doorway. Taoist tools did not accuse, but the one who used them could learn to hear accusation in their silence. She rose, washed, dressed, and braided her hair. Then she did something she had not done for many years. At sunrise, she made tea before tending the garden. It felt almost improper. The kettle took time to warm. The mint leaves needed crushing. The honey had thickened in the clay jar and came slowly from the spoon. Elara stood in the cottage, while the world brightened without her hands directing it, and a strange tenderness moved through her, as though the morning had gently taken back responsibility for itself. When the tea was ready, she carried it outside and sat on the porch. The valley opened before her. The four-season tree stood at the center of the garden, holding leaf, blossom, young fruit, and ripe pomegranate in the new gold light. Beneath it, the hidden basin was not visible from the cottage, but Elara knew where it rested among the roots. The saffron blanket remained folded on the bench. The open crown circled the waiting pomegranate, and somewhere near its cap the tiny thyme flower from her own season lay among violet, myrtle, poppy, crocus, and asphodel. No goddess stood beneath the branches. No message shone in dew. No song drifted from the cypress grove. Only morning. Lara held the cup in both hands. The tea was warm. She drank slowly. At first, she watched for things to correct. The path beneath the western wall had gathered a few fallen leaves. The thyme near the low stones needed thinning. A clay lamp had soot along its rim. A wild stem leaned across the stream channel and would have to be lifted, eventually. The word felt unfamiliar in a sacred garden, not neglected, not ignored, only eventually. As she sat, the sun reached the upper leaves of the pomegranate trees. Light moved downward through them in layers. It touched the fruit first, then the branches, then the stones, and the beds of flowers. Bees woke in the time without waiting for Elara's permission. The stream continued flowing through last night as fallen petals, without becoming offended. A violet opened near Persephone's stone, though Elara had not cleared the shadow around it. The garden did not collapse under the weight of her paws. This should not have surprised her. It did. Elara smiled faintly into her cup, not with amusement exactly, but with recognition. "So," she said softly to the garden, "you know how to be alive without me." Ruriz moved through the pomegranate leaves. Not an answer, or perhaps exactly one. After breakfast, she walked to the central tree without taking any tools. Her empty hands felt exposed. She noticed this, too. At Demeter's stone, the copper bowl held a little water from the previous day. A single grain of barley had fallen into it and softened there. Normally, Elara would have cleaned it at once. This morning, she only looked. The carved figure of the mother goddess stood in the growing light, holding sheaves and torch. Time had worn her face smooth, but the posture remained patient. Elara had often tended this stone with gratitude. Demeter was the one who searched, the one who grieved, the one whose sorrow touched fields and mortals, the one whose joy returned grain to the earth. In every village, people understood Demeter through need: rain, harvest, bread, fertility, survival. But this morning the stone seemed to offer a quieter thought. A mother did not love the field only when it bore grain. The words were not written anywhere. They formed in Elara's mind. Helberg stood before the stone, simple and steady. A mother did not love the field only when it bore grain. Elara looked at the bowl. Softened barley grain floated in the water. It had given nothing. It had become nothing. Not yet. And still it was held. Elara bowed her head, and she walked on. The four-season tree, the pomegranate, remained in its open crown. The golden time mark near its stem had deepened slightly in color. It was still not open, still not offered. The single seed Persephone had placed beside the basin rested unchanged, bright as a small ruby in the morning shade. The red pollen words on the basin rim had faded during the night. Only a blush remained in the stone's grooves. Elara sat on the earth beside the basin. She did not ask it to show her anything. For a long while it did not. She watched sunlight move across the water. The hidden spring rose beneath it, clear and quiet. A petal drifted down from the tree and landed near the rim. The water accepted the petal. It did not turn into a vision. It did not reveal a memory. It simply held the petal on its surface until the smallest current drew it toward the edge. Elara thought of the old shrines she had restored. The roadside stones, the nymph fountain, the abandoned grove, the altar to Hestia, the cracked basin, where travelers had once washed dust from their hands. She had loved them all, but she had also loved the moment when her hands became necessary. The first clearing, the first repair, the first sign that the place responded, the feeling of being useful to something holy. There was nothing wrong with usefulness. She knew that. A watered plant lived. A cleared channel flowed. A mended wall held through winter. Care was not false because it had effect. Her hands had done good work. But somewhere over the years, she had begun to trust the work more than the welcome. She belonged where something needed fixing. She belonged while there was moss to clear, vines to cut, stones to lift, offerings to refresh, prayers to restore. And when a place grew well enough to breathe without her, she began hearing the next road before anyone asked her to leave. Lara rested one hand on the earth. What if I am not needed today? she whispered. The basin remained clear. The tree stirred overhead. A ripe pomegranate turned slightly on its stem, catching a stripe of sunlight. No answer came. But the silence did not reject her. By midday the valley had grown warm. Elara returned to the cottage, and did not bring a basket of weeds with her, because she had pulled none. The room inside was quiet and sunlit. Dust moved softly in the light near the window. The work table held bundles of dried herbs, strips of linen, a shallow dish of seeds, and several small clay jars labeled in her own hand. She stood before the table and saw, perhaps for the first time, how many signs of being cared for surrounded her. The shelf of herbs she had gathered over the years did not only exist for poultices and offerings. They scented the room. The jars did not only store seeds for planting. They held the memory of seasons she had survived. The hearth did not only cook food after labor. It warmed the cottage on nights when no one else sat beside her. The stool near the door had been mended twice, not because it was sacred, but because her body needed somewhere to sit while removing sandals. The cup in her hand had a crack sealed with beeswax. Her grandmother's saffron blanket had warmed Persephone. Yes, but it had warmed Elara too, through fever and winter rain. The garden was not the only thing she tended. The garden had been tending her in return. The thought settled slowly, not dramatically, like a shawl placed over tired shoulders. She moved around the cottage with new attention. She opened the chest at the foot of the bed and took out a linen cloth she had saved for special rites, but rarely used. It was plain, woven by her grandmother, its edges hemmed in small patient stitches. She spread it over the table, not for ceremony, but because the table was old and deserved softness. Then she placed upon it few things that had belonged to her life, not her tasks. A small shell given by a child from the fountain village, a smooth stone from the Hermes road, a dry sprig of thyme from her grandmother's courtyard, a cracked bead found near the Artemis grove, a strip of faded blue wool from a cloak she had worn during her first winter in the valley. She had kept these things in jars, drawers, and pockets for years, never calling them offerings because they were not for gods. Not exactly. They were fragments of herself she had carried without knowing she carried them. She sat before them. The cottage was very still. Outside bees hummed in the garden. A dove called from the roof. The stream moved over stones. Elara looked at the small collection. None of these objects proved her usefulness. The shell did not need polishing. The stone did not need arranging. The thyme was long dry. The bead had no string. The wool mended nothing. And yet, when placed together on the linen cloth, they made a quiet kind of altar, not to achievement, to having lived. Elara felt her eyes grow warm. She did not weep much, heiny enough for the body to acknowledge what the mind was beginning to see. After a while, she ate a simple meal: bread, olives, a little cheese, and figs from a tree beyond the cottage. She ate slowly, in the shade of the doorway, with her sandals off and her feet resting on the cool stone floor. The garden continued without her. The valley did not withhold its peace, because she had paused. In the afternoon she slept. This was rarer than tea before work. Elara had intended only to lie down for a few moments until the heat softened, but the room was dim, and the bees outside made a steady sound, and the saffron blanket, returned from the garden bench after she had shaken it free of petals, lay folded near her feet. She drew it lightly over herself. Sleep came as gently as shade. He dreamed of a field, not the hidden valley, not any place she knew. A wide field of barley stretched under a pale sky. The grain was still green, not ready for harvest, each blade bending softly in wind. At the edge of the field stood a woman in a golden brown robe. Her hair was covered with a simple veil the color of ripe wheat. She held no torch, no sheaf, no grand symbol, only a shallow bowl of water. Elara knew her without needing to be told. Demeter. But not Demeter searching, not Demeter grieving, not Demeter rejoicing at return. Demeter resting at the edge of an unripe field, watching what did not yet need harvesting. Elara stood a low distance away. The goddess did not look at her at first. She looked at the barley. "It is not ready," Demeter said. Her voice was low, warm, and full of earth. "No," Elara answered. "Still, I love it." The wind moved through the field. Green blades leaned and lifted. Demeter dipped her fingers into the bowl and let a few drops of water fall onto the soil. "People bring me thanks. Look, rain is gathered," she said. "They bring prayers when the shoots fail. They remember me at hunger and harvest. But much of love is given while nothing appears finished." Elara felt the dream enter her slowly. "The seed under earth," Demeter said, "the green blade before grain, the field in rain, the field in waiting, the field after cutting, the field when it rests bare through winter. None are useless to me." Elara looked across the barley. It had not become bread. It had not become offering. It had not even ripened. Still, the goddess stood beside it with tenderness. Demeter turned then. Her face was not fully visible beneath the veil, but Elara felt the kindness of her gaze like sun warmed by clouds. "You have tended many places," Demeter said. "Yes. Will you allow one place to tend you?" Lara did not know how to answer. The goddess smiled, and the field moved in the wind. "You need not answer while still green." The words carried no rebuke, only patience. Demeter lifted the shallow bowl and poured its water into the furrow at her feet. Where the water touched, no sudden flowers sprang up. No miracle announced itself. The soil darkened, accepting moisture. That was all. That was enough. Elara woke in the late afternoon. The cottage was golden. For a moment she remained still beneath the saffron blanket, listening to the wind outside. Her body felt heavy with rest, but not dull. Her mind felt quiet, the kind of quiet that comes after a long-held question has not been solved, but has been given room to sit without pressing. You need not answer while still green. She rose slowly. On the linen cloth covering the table, the dried sprig of thyme had changed. A tiny fresh leaf had grown from it. One small leaf, impossible, perhaps. The hidden valley had long ago loosened her need for that word. She touched the new leaf with one finger. It was soft, living. Not everything bent is dead. Not everything dry is finished. Not everything unfinished is failing. Elara carried the sprig of thyme outside and brought it to the four-season tree. The pomegranate in the open crown still held the golden time mark. Its skin had warmed in the afternoon light. Beside the basin, Persephone's single seed remained bright. The hidden water reflected the branches, clear and quiet. Elara placed the thyme sprig near the seed, not as an offering to prove gratitude, as company. Then she sat beside the basin and told the garden, in a voice barely louder than the stream, what she had dreamed. She told it of the green barley, the bowl of water, Demeter at the edge of the unripe field. Words you need not answer while still green. The garden listened. When she finished, the basin stirred. Water did not show a full memory, only an image. Demeter's hand and Persephone's hand, both resting on the same earth, one from above, one from below. Between them lay a seed, neither buried nor sprouted, simply held in the meeting of two realms. Then the image faded. Lara understood. Love did not exist only in reunion. It did not exist only when the field was fruitful. It did not exist only When the daughter returned, the queen descended. Love was also in the waiting, in the not yet, in the green blade, in the bare field, in the quiet garden where no one was asked to become useful before being welcomed. As evening approached, Elara did a little work, not to prove she belonged, because some work was still good. She cleared the stream channel where leaves had gathered. She refilled Demeter's copper bowl. She trimmed the soot from the lamps. She checked the low branch tied with wool thread. She lifted the wild stem from the water's path. The difference was subtle. The work did not feel like a defense. It felt like conversation. She was not earning her place in the garden. She was answering a relationship. At sunset, the valley became deeply golden. The cypress shadows lengthened. The streams darkened. The pomegranate trees held small fires of light in their fruit. Elara lit the lamps plainly, as Persephone had asked. One at the gate, one near Demeter's stone, one near Persephone's. No lamp beneath the four-season tree, where the basin kept its own soft glow. She spread the saffron blanket again beneath the tree, but left one corner folded back, as if to say rest could come or not come. She placed water in the clay cup. She did not weave a new crown. The open resting crown remained around the pomegranate, now holding Persephone's flowers and Elara's tiny thyme blossom. She did not add to it. The pause was not a thing to fill endlessly. At twilight, no veiled figure came. Elara noticed the absence. Then she let it be. Instead, the garden filled with signs of the upper world. A warm breeze came down from the fields beyond the ridge, earring the scent of barley and sunlit dust. Fireflies appeared near the lower stream, their lights blinking softly among the reeds. Somewhere beyond the valley, distant bells sounded from a village, preparing evening bread. Few grains of golden pollen drifted through the garden, though no wind seemed to move them. They gathered near Demeter's stone. Elara watched as the pollen settled on the copper bowl. In the water, words formed, not carved, not permanent, only reflected. Let the field rest before it feeds. Elara read them, and a deep quiet entered her. The message did not replace Persephone's. It joined it. Tend the pause. Hold every season gently. Do not make usefulness the only proof of belonging. You need not answer while still green. Let the field rest before it feeds. The garden, which had first seemed to belong to Persephone's hidden hour, now revealed itself as a meeting place of many forms of patience. Demeter's patience, Persephone's pause, the seed's darkness. The field is greening, the gardenerish rest. Elara sat beside the four-season tree until night fully settled. No goddess appeared, no memory opened, no new object was given, and yet the evening felt complete. The valley did not need to be visited every night by divinity in invisible form to remain sacred. The gods were not absent simply because they had not taken shape. Demeter's warmth rested in the golden pollen. Persephone's quiet rested in the basin. The four-season tree held them both without choosing. Elara leaned back against the trunk. Above her, the branches shifted. One old leaf fell. It landed on her knee. She picked it up and saw no writing, only the fine brown veins of a leaf that had done its work and was allowed to let go. She placed it on the earth. Rest, she whispered. The night deepened. The lamps burned low, the stream carried moonlight through the roots, and beneath the four-season tree, Elara allowed herself to sit without mending, gathering, clearing, preparing, approving. For the first time in many years, she let the garden tend her while she was awake. It did so without fuss. A breeze cooled her face. The tree shaded her from moonlight when it grew too bright. The basin gave a soft glow beside her. The scent of thyme rose from the earth. The saffron blanket warmed her knees. Far beyond the valley, the upper fields ripened at their own pace. Far below, the hidden roots kept their darkness. And in the quiet between them, Elara rested, belonging to the garden, not because she was useful, but because she was there. Elara woke beneath the four-season tree just before dawn. She had not meant to sleep there. At least, she had not made a decision of it. She remembered sitting with her back against the old trunk, the saffron blanket across her knees, the lamps burning low around the garden, and the soft message in the copper bowl near Demeter's stone. Let the field rest before it feeds. She remembered the stream moving through the roots. She remembered the night deepening slowly without asking anything of her. Then sleep had come, not as something she chased, but as something the garden placed gently beside her. Now the sky above the valley was pale blue at the edges, and the stars were loosening one by one from the dark. The air was cool. A faint mist rested near the cypress grove. The stream moved under the stones with its quiet, faithful voice. Somewhere beyond the eastern ridge, the first birds had begun testing the morning with small, uncertain notes. Elara opened her eyes and did not rise at once. For a few breaths she simply noticed that nothing had happened, because she had slept. The garden had not needed her to stay awake in order to remain sacred. The lamps had burned down safely. The flowers had folded, then would open again. The spring had continued to rise. The pomegranate trees had held their fruit through the night. The hidden basin had kept its place between the roots. The world had carried itself while she rested inside it. This was a small discovery. It entered her deeply. The old habit in her wanted to sit up quickly, to gather the blanket, to check the basin, to inspect the paths, to make certain that rest had not cost anything. But another part of her, newly green and still tender, remembered Demeter's dream voice. You need not answer while still green. So Elara remained still. The bark of the four-season tree was firm against her back. The saffron blanket held the warmth of her body. A single fallen pomegranate leaf lay on her shoulder. Not a message, not a sign, only a leaf that had come to rest where it landed. She lifted it and smiled faintly. "Good morning," she whispered. The leaf did not answer. That, too, was restful. When she finally rose, the sky had brightened. Her knees were stiff, and her neck ached slightly from sleeping upright, but the ache felt ordinary and almost companionable. She folded the saffron blanket and shook loose a few petals. Then she looked toward the stone bench. The pomegranate remained inside the open crown. Its red skin had changed. The golden time mark near the stem was still there, delicate and bright. But now another marking had appeared across the fruit's side. A small field of barley, drawn in faint gold lines, each stalk bending, as if in wind. The image was not carved. It seemed to rest within the skin itself, shining only when morning light touched it. Elara stepped closer. The crown around the fruit still held its open gap. The thyme flower she had added remained fresh. The violet leaves had not wilted. The asphodel bloom, pale and quiet, seemed almost translucent in the dawn. The pomegranate rested among them, as though it had listened through the night. Thyme, barley, grandmother's patience, Demeter Essen ripe field. The fruit was gathering not proof of Elara's worth, but signs of what she was learning to receive. Beside the hidden basin, Persephone's single seed remained bright. Near it, the dried thyme sprig with its one fresh leaf had rooted. Elara noticed that last. The sprig had been placed on the earth only the day before. It had been dry except for its impossible new leaf. Now a fine white root had reached from the old stem into the soil beside the basin, delicate as thread. Elara knelt near it without touching. The sight moved her more than she expected, not because it was miraculous, though perhaps it was, because it was quiet. A dry thing had not been ordered to live. It had not been praised into usefulness. It had simply been placed near water and allowed to become what it could if it wished. Elara sat back on her heels. "Let feel rest before it feeds," she said softly. The hidden basin stirred. A small ripple moved across the water, catching the first light of the sun. For a moment, Elara thought an image might rise. Demeter's hands, Persephone's veil, the barley field, her grandmother's courtyard. But the basin remained clear. The ripple faded, leaving only reflection. A garden, it seemed, had no lesson to press into her before breakfast. That made her laugh under her breath. It was a small sound, soft and surprised, and the tree seemed to accept it. After washing at the cottage and making tea, Elara returned to the garden with a clay cup in one hand and a piece of bread in the other. She ate beneath Demeter's stone, sitting on the low step, rather than standing with the brisk attention of a caretaker. The copper bowl had gathered a few grains of golden pollen overnight. They floated on the surface like tiny suns. She did not refresh the bowl immediately. Instead, she watched it. The carved figure of Demeter held sheaves and torch in weathered hands. In daylight, the stone looked ancient and calm. But now Elara noticed something she had not seen before. At the goddess's feet, nearly hidden beneath moss, was a small carved line of young barley shoots. Not grain, not harvest. Shoots, green and unfinished. Elara brushed away the moss with the edge of her finger. The shoots were simple, almost childlike in their carving, but carefully placed. Whoever had made the stone had not carved only Demeter's abundance. They had carved her waiting. Elara bowed her head. She finished her bread slowly. When she returned to the cottage, she found that the quiet altar on the linen cloth had changed as well. The shell, smooth stone, cracked bead, dried thyme, and strip of faded blue wool lay where she had left them. But during the night, a fine dusting of golden pollen had settled around them, not covering them, not transforming them, only outlining each object, giving them space and shape. The altar no longer looked like a collection of old fragments. It looked like a little map of a life. The shell from the fountain village, the stone from the Hermes road, the bead from Artemis's grove, the thyme from her grandmother, the blue wool from her first winter in the valley. Each had belonged to a different season of Elara's life. Each had been carried forward, even when she thought she had left those places behind. Each had become part of the hidden path that led her here. She touched the smooth stone, road dust. She touched the shell, water restored. She touched the bead, a grove where she had learned to leave wildness wild. She touched the blue wool, cold survived. She touched the thyme, bent, not dead. None of them asked to become useful again. They only asked to be included. Elara sat before them until the tea in her cup cooled. Later that morning, she did the work that needed doing, but no more. This distinction was new, and she moved through it carefully. She cleared the leaves actually blocking the stream, but left the ones resting harmlessly along the bank. She trimmed the burnt wicks of the lamps, but did not polish their bronze bodies until they shone. She watered the new shoots near the basin, but did not touch them afterward to test whether they were strong. She swept the central path, then stopped when it was passable rather than perfect. The garden felt different. She did not work past what was needed. It felt less managed, more alive. A bee found one of the petals she had left on the path and moved over it, slow and golden. An ant carried a crumb of fallen bread beneath the thyme. A lizard drank from the shallow hollow in the stone Elara might once have emptied. The garden used the remnants she allowed to remain. By midday, heat filled the valley. Elara rested in the shade of the cottage porch, but did not sleep. She, she mended a tear in her sleeve with undying thread. The stitches were small, uneven in places, but strong enough. As she worked, she found herself thinking of the fruit inside the open crown. The tree will offer one fruit when it is time. Persephone's words returned without urgency. How would the tree offer it? Would the pomegranate fall, open, roll toward her hand? Would Persephone place it there? Would Demeter bless it? Would the basin shine? Would the crown close? Elara noticed her mind making questions, and smiled gently at herself. The old part of her still wanted to know how to be ready, as though readiness could be arranged, as though receiving could be prepared by skill. She tied off the thread and held up her sleeve. The mend would do. That afternoon she walked beyond the garden wall to the upper ridge. She had not done so for several days, and the valley looked different from above now. The pomegranate trees formed a dark green circle around the lighter silver of the stream. A cottage nestled at the edge like a small clay lamp. A cypress grove marked the lower boundary, where shadows remained even at noon. Beyond the valley, world opened into sunlit slopes, scattered olive trees, pale paths, distant fields, and hills fading toward blue. From up there, Elara could almost see the direction of Eleusis, though the city itself lay beyond sight. She thought of the sacred rites held there, of hymns to Demeter and Persephone, of torches, grain, silence, and mysteries spoken only to those initiated. She had never been initiated into the deeper rites. She knew only what common people knew, what gardeners knew, what old women taught with bowls of water and seeds in the palm. Yet here, in a hidden valley no map correctly named, she had been allowed to tend a quieter mystery, not a secret to possess, rhythm to honor, descent, rest, return, waiting, green, harvest, bare field, Tate. The wind moved over the ridge, carrying the dry scent of summer grass. Lara stood with her hands empty at her sides, and thought again of usefulness. If she left the valley one day, would it mean she had failed to root? If she stayed, would it mean she had stopped being called? The questions no longer felt like two doors fighting for her. They felt like seeds lying beside each other in the same hand. She did not have to plant them today. When she returned to the garden, a visitor was waiting at the gate. Not Persephone, not Demeter in invisible form. A mortal woman stood there, leaning on a walking staff of olive wood. She was elderly, though not frail, with a face browned by sun and lined by many years of squinting toward fields. Her gray hair was wrapped in a pale cloth, and she carried a small basket covered in linen. Elara recognized her after a moment. The priestess from the little shrine to Demeter, near Eleusis, older than before, or perhaps simply seen more clearly. The same priestess who had given Elara the strange directions 9 years ago. Walk until the cicadas fall silent. Follow the water you cannot see. Do not turn back when the air smells of pomegranate. Elara opened the gate. Mother Ione, she said, using the respectful name the village had given her. The old priestess smiled. So the valley has kept you. Yes. Good. I wondered whether it would. Elara stepped aside to let her enter. Mother Ione did not rush through the gate. She paused at the threshold, touched the wood with 2 fingers, and bowed her head slightly, not to Elara, but to the garden. Only then did she enter. The path was easier this time. The priestess said, "You have been here before?" "Once, when I was younger than I pretended. Once, when I was older than I wished. And once in dream, which counts differently." Elara smiled faintly. "Would you like water?" "Yes, but not from the hidden basin. My old bones prefer ordinary kindness first." They sat on the cottage porch, drinking water from clay cups, while the afternoon cooled around them. Mother Ione removed the linen from her basket and took out barley cakes, figs, and a small jar of honey. She placed them between herself and Elara. "I brought too much," she said, which means enough. They ate slowly. For a while they spoke of ordinary things: the roads, the heat, the olive harvest, a village child near Eleusis, who had begun leaving wildflowers in everyone's shoes, and claimed Hermes had instructed her, the cracking of old temple steps, the difficulty of keeping goats out of sacred groves. Only when the shadows lengthened did Mother Ione look toward the center of the garden. "She has come," she said. Elara did not ask whom she meant. "Yes." "And rested?" "Yes." The priestess closed her eyes for a moment. "Then the valley still remembers its purpose." "You knew?" "I knew there was a place between." Mother Ione opened her eyes. "I knew it should not be troubled by too many prayers." Elara looked at her. "Why send me?" The priestess wiped honey from her thumb. "I did not send you. The blossom came to your window sill. I only told you not to get lost on the way." Elara accepted the correction. Mother Ione studied her with kind, weathered eyes. "And now the tree is teaching you." "Yes, uncomfortable, at times. Good teaching usually is, if it is gentle enough to frighten us away." Elara looked toward the garden. "The pomegranate has not opened. Nor should it, if you are still asking when it will." Elara turned back. The old priestess smiled without sharpness. "The fruit of that tree is not a reward for understanding. It is nourishment for the moment, after understanding stops trying to prove itself." Elara let that settle. Mother Ione reached into her basket again and removed a small bundle of barley tied with red thread. "From the first green field outside Eleusis," she said. "Not ripe, as you see. Demeter's patience is sometimes easier to carry when it has stems." She gave it to Elara. The barley was soft and green, the heads not yet full. Elara held it carefully. "Should I place it with the pomegranate? If the garden agrees, how will I know? You have been here 9 years, and still ask like a person at the first gate." Elara smiled. Mother Ione's expression warmed. "Good. Keep some of that. Certainty can make poor gardeners." As evening approached they walked together to the four-season tree. Mother Ione moved slowly, but not weakly. At Demeter's stone she touched the copper bowl and looked at the young barley carving, newly cleared at the goddess's feet. "Ah," she said softly, "there you are." She did not explain. At Persephone's stone she bowed her head, but did not linger. At the hidden basin she knelt with a quiet that made Elara understand she had done so before. The open crown lay on the bench around the waiting pomegranate. The golden time mark and the tiny barley field mark both shone faintly on the fruit's skin. Mother Ione noticed them. "The fruit is learning you," she said. Elara held the green barley bundle. "May I?" The priestess looked toward the tree. A breeze moved through the branches. One small green pomegranate, not ripe, not full, swung lightly overhead. Elara understood. She placed the barley bundle, not inside the crown, but beside Persephone's single seed, and the rooted thyme sprig near the basin. The basin water rippled once. The pomegranate in the crown warmed. A new mark appeared slowly on its skin. Not the barley field this time, but a small bowl of water beneath a curved line like a resting horizon. Mother Ione's eyes softened. "Received," she said. They sat together as the sun lowered. Mother Ione did not ask to see Persephone. She did not chant hymns. She did not instruct Elara in rites. Instead, she told quiet stories of Demeter that were not often sung at festivals. Demeter resting her hands in unplanted soil. Demeter laughing when a child offered her a loaf burned black on one side. Demeter sitting beside an old farmer who had no field left to tend, but still kept a bowl of grain by the door. Demeter blessing seed jars before winter, or nothing in them would be visible 4 months. People think abundance begins at harvest, Mother Ione said as twilight entered the valley. But the mother of grain spends much of her love on what cannot yet be seen. Elara looked at the pomegranate inside the open crown. And Persephone, Mother Ione followed her gaze. She teaches that what is hidden is not always lost. The old priestess rose before full dark. You will not stay? Elara asked. No. My place tonight is on the road back, before the moon climbs too high. Besides, if the queen comes again, she does not need an old priestess trying to look humble in the corner. Elara laughed softly. Mother Ione touched her arm. You are allowed to receive what comes, she said. I am trying. Try less when it arrives. And she walked to the gate, steady with her olive wood staff. At the threshold, she turned back. The tree will offer the fruit when you no longer need it to prove that you have learned. The gate closed behind her. Elara stood in the deepening light, holding those words. The valley grew quiet. Night gathered slowly among the pomegranate leaves. Elara lit the lamps plainly, one at the gate, one near Demeter, one near Persephone. The basin beneath the tree glowed without flame. The open crown rested around the fruit, now marked with thyme, barley field, and water bowl. Near the basin lay Persephone's seed, the rooted thyme, and the green barley bundle. Elara sat on the ground near the tree. She did not wait for Persephone exactly. She waited with the garden. There was a difference. The moon rose late. Before it appeared, the valley filled with a dim golden gray light, the kind that comes after sunset, before night fully belongs to itself. In that half-light, the pomegranate trees looked like old figures standing in thought. The stream sounded deeper. The cypress grove held its shadows softly. At last, the garden gate opened. Persephone entered without song. Her veil tonight was pale at the edges and dark at the center, like dawn seen from underground. She carried no flower, no crown, no pomegranate. Her hands were empty. Elara bowed her head. Persephone came to the tree and looked at the fruit inside the crown. Demeter has been here, she said. Not in form, in dream, in pollen, in barley, and through Mother Ione. That is often how she comes, when she does not wish to overwhelm the field. Elara looked up. There was affection in Persephone's voice, and something else too, not sadness, not longing, a tenderness shaped by distance and return. Persephone sat on the saffron blanket. For a while she said nothing. Then she touched the barley bundle beside the basin. She waits differently now, Persephone said. Your mother? Yes. The stream moved beneath the roots. In the first years, her waiting shook the world. The fields felt every step of her grief. Mortals still remember that, because hunger teaches memory sharply. Persephone's hand rested near the green barley. But time taught even the gods to hold the seasons with more trust. Elara listened. Now, when I descend, she still feels the road close behind me. When I return, she still feels the earth rise to meet my feet. But between those times, she has learned to love the seed under soil. The basin glowed. Persephone looked toward Elara. You are learning the same. I am learning slowly. All true learning is slow. Fast knowing often belongs only to fear. Elara looked at the pomegranate. Mother Ione said the fruit will open when I no longer need it to prove I have learned. Persephone's veil shifted slightly as she inclined her head. She is old enough to say simple things. Elara smiled. Is that true? Yes. The answer was plain. It did not feel like a test. Persephone continued. The tree's fruit keeps memory of choice, but receiving memory is not the same as earning it. You cannot make the fruit open by becoming worthy. Worthiness is not the gate here. What is? Persephone turned her hand palm up on her knee. Readiness to be nourished. Elara did not answer. The phrase moved through her quietly. Readiness to be nourished. Not usefulness, not proof, not mastery, not even understanding. Nourishment. The pomegranate tree stirred overhead. One blossom fell, landing near the green barley. Persephone looked at Elara through the soft veil. When the fruit opens, you will not be asked to become more sacred than you are. You will be asked to receive what has already been given. Elara felt tears gather again, but they did not fall. What if I do not know how? Then you will receive awkwardly. The answer surprised a laugh from her, small and quiet. Persephone's voice warmed. The earth has accepted many awkward seeds. The night deepened around them. Elara sat with that comfort. The garden did not require elegance. Even receiving could be imperfect. They remained beneath the tree while the moon rose. No further vision came. Persephone did not speak again for a long while. She drank from the basin, then rested one hand lightly on the saffron blanket. Elara sat near the roots, listening to water, leaves, and the quiet companionship of a goddess who did not ask her to perform understanding. Near midnight, the pomegranate inside the crown gave a soft sound, not a crack, not an opening, a sigh. Elara looked at it. The markings on its skin, time, barley field, water bowl, glowed together for a moment, then settled. A fourth mark began to form near the lower curve of the fruit, a small doorway, open but empty. Persephone looked at it and smiled faintly. Soon, she said. Lara felt no rush in the word, only nearness. What is the doorway? She asked. Persephone's gaze remained on the fruit. The place in you that does not yet believe it may stay and be loved without proving why. The words entered softly, deeply. Elara looked toward the cottage, dim beyond the garden beds, the tools beneath the porch, the table with its little altar of having lived, the garden paths she had walked for 9 years, the bare patch of footsteps beneath the cypress, the hidden basin, the four-season tree. A place in her that did not yet believe it may stay. She had thought the question was whether she would leave or remain. Perhaps the deeper question was whether she could remain without turning staying into another form of work. The pomegranate's doorway mark glowed once, then dimmed. Persephone rose before dawn, as she had before. She did not say farewell. She only touched the tree's trunk, then looked once toward the east, where the upper world waited beyond hills and fields and sleeping villages. At the gate, she paused. When it opens, she said, do not ask what to do with every seed. Elara nodded. Some are for planting, some for offering, some for tasting, some only for seeing. Then Persephone passed into the cypress-shadowed path and was gone. The gate closed. The valley breathed. Elara stayed beneath the tree until morning. When dawn came, the pomegranate still had not opened, but its foremarks shone softly in the new light. Time. Barley field. Water bowl. Open doorway. Beside the basin, the green barley bundle had bent overnight, not wilted, but bowed, as if touched by sleep. The rooted time's fresh leaf had unfolded a little more. Persephone's single seed remained bright. On the rim of the hidden basin, new words appeared in faint gold pollen. Receive before you decide what it means. Elara read them once, then again. Receive before you decide what it means. The morning warmed around her. The garden waited. And for the first time, Elara looked at the unopened fruit. and did not wonder how to earn it, use it, or understand it. She only placed one hand lightly over her own heart and whispered, "When you are ready." The four-season tree moved in the dawn breeze. Above her, one blossom opened toward the sun. Below, the basin held its quiet water. And between them, the pomegranate rested inside the open crown, not withholding itself, not offering itself too soon, but ripening in the sacred patience of the pause. Elara did not go first to the pomegranate. This, more than anything else, told her that something in her had changed. The morning after Persephone's visit came softly over the valley, pale at the edges and golden at the heart. Mist lay low among the cypress roots. The pomegranate trees held their leaves still, as if the garden had not quite finished dreaming. The hidden basin beneath the four-season tree reflected a small piece of brightening sky, and beside it rested the gathered signs: Persephone's single seed, the rooted thyme sprig, and the green barry bundle from Mother Ione, now bowed but not withered. On the bench, inside the open resting crown, the pomegranate waited. Elara knew it was there. She knew the four marks on its skin: thyme, barley field, water bowl, open doorway. She remembered Persephone's words: "Receive before you decide what it means." Because she remembered them, she did not hurry to the bench. She did not kneel before the fruit at once. She did not touch the crown, or examine the doorway mark, or ask the basin for instruction. Instead, she made breakfast. It was a small act, and ordinary, but it carried more courage than it would have the week before. In the cottage, she stirred the hearth embers awake, warmed yesterday as bread, and cut figs into a shallow clay dish. She poured water, added mint to the kettle, and sat at the table, while the first beam of sunlight crossed the linen cloth where her little altar of lived seasons rested: the shell, the Hermes road stone, the cracked bead, the dried thyme, now no longer alone because its living sprig had rooted beside the basin, the faded blue wool. Each object remained outlined faintly in golden pollen, not as brightly as before, but enough that their shapes looked tenderly held. Elara ate slowly beside them, not turning them into meaning, not arranging them into a lesson, not promising to take them somewhere or leave them somewhere. She simply kept her company. Outside, the garden woke without announcement. Birds began calling from the ridge. Bees stirred in the thyme. A stream carried a few fallen petals beneath the roots, onward toward the lower beds. A breeze came down from the fields beyond the valley, bringing the mild scent of dry grass, barley, and sun-warmed dust. Somewhere far above, beyond the visible slopes, the upper world was entering its day. Elara drank her tea. She let the day arrive before she interpreted it. Only after breakfast did she step outside. Even then, she did not go directly to the four-season tree. She walked first to the eastern wall, where the morning light entered earliest. There, a young vine had loosened from its support during the night. Elara tied it back with wool thread, not too tightly. She cleared a small stone from the path, where someone might trip if walking in darkness. She lifted a fallen branch from the stream, then left the petals floating there, because they were doing no harm. The work was simple, necessary, enough. She found herself listening for the old inward voice that used to measure her belonging by how much she had done before noon. It was quieter today, not gone, but quieter. When she passed Meteor's stone, she refilled the copper bowl. The carved barley shoots at the goddess's feet seemed clearer now that moss no longer hid them. Elara placed one green stem from Mother Ione's bundle across the rim of the bowl, where it rested half in water and half in light. "Let the field rest before it feeds," she whispered. The water did not write back. It smiled. She was beginning to understand that silence, too, could be an answer of trust. At Persephone's stone she did not add flowers. The ones already there had faded slightly, as flowers were meant to do. She removed only the petals that had browned, leaving the rest to soften in their own time. The carved pomegranate in the goddess's weathered hand caught the sun, and for a moment it seemed almost warm. By the time Elara reached the central tree, the valley was fully morning. The four-season tree stood in the soft light, holding its many stages with familiar patience. Beneath it, the open crown circled the pomegranate. The fruit had not opened. Elara noticed this. Then she noticed that noticing did not require disappointment. She sat on the bench beside the fruit, leaving a respectful space between them. The crown's gap still faced the hidden basin. The thyme flower in the crown had grown very small, but not faded. Its scent rose faintly when the air warmed. The barry mark on the pomegranate looked deeper today, like a field seen from a great height. The water bowl mark was still and clear. The open doorway mark rested near the lower curve, empty and quiet. Lara looked at the fruit without asking anything of it. A bee passed near her face and moved on. The basin reflected leaves. A petal fell, landed on her sleeve, and stayed there. She did not brush it away. For a while she simply sat with the waiting fruit, not as a student before a test, not as a servant before an instruction, as one living thing beside another. Eventually she rose. "There is no need to open while I'm watching," she said softly. She meant it. The words surprised her. The tree stirred overhead, and a little warmth moved through the shade. Elara returned to the cottage and spent the late morning in a way that felt almost unfamiliar in its ease. She mended the basket not because it had to be used today, but because mending with reeds soothed her hands. She washed coupe cups and left them to dry in sunlight. She folded the blue wool strip from her table altar and set it back down without putting it away. She ground a small amount of dried lavender, then stopped before filling every jar that could be filled. At noon she carried her meal to the low wall beyond the cottage, and ate while looking over the valley. The hidden garden seemed at once small and immeasurable. From the low wall she could see the central tree, the paths, the spring grove, the weathered stones, the slow curve of the stream, the cottage porch, and the gate. She could see the place where she had first entered 9 years ago, tired and uncertain, holding the dream blossom like a message she hoped she had understood correctly. She could see the ridge path, where Mother Elaine had descended with her olive staff and green barley. She could see the cypress shade where the bare earth held memory of leaving. She wondered whether the future was also somewhere in the garden, waiting not to be solved, but to be received when its season came. Perhaps she would stay. Perhaps one day she would go to another forgotten place. Perhaps she would remain in the valley and send others onward instead. Perhaps she would learn that belonging did not always require one answer. The thought no longer frightened her. Not every seed had to be planted at once. In the afternoon heat settled gently over the valley. Elara did not sleep this time. She rested under the porch vine with her eyes half closed, listening to the garden's ordinary life. The vine leaves shifted above her. A bee entered the cottage, circled twice, and found its way out. Somewhere in the pomegranate grove, a ripe fruit dropped softly into grass. It was not from the four-season tree. Elara knew the difference without looking. A while later, she rose and gathered that fallen fruit from one of the outer trees. It had split slightly on one side. The seeds inside were deep red, clean and bright. This was ordinary fruit, freely given by the garden as seasonal trees. Elara carried it to the cottage, opened it over a bowl, and ate a few seeds. The taste was sharp, sweet, and earthy. She had eaten many pomegranates in her life, yet today the fruit felt newly simple. Food, juice on the fingers, seeds between teeth, red stain on the thumb. Not symbol, not mystery, not bargain, not fate. Only nourishment. She laughed softly when a drop of juice fell onto her wrist. Then she took the remaining seeds outside and scattered them near the bird's stone, where small sparrows often came in the evening. Some seeds were for tasting, some for offering, some for planting, some only for seeing. She did not need to decide what each would become. Late afternoon came. The valley turned golden. Still, the pomegranate in the open crown did not open. Elara did not go to check it. She went instead to the spring at the far edge of the garden, where the water first rose between stones beneath cypress and poplar. She had not sat there in some time, though she tended it often. Today she brought no tools. She settled on a flat rock beside the spring and placed her feet on the cool earth. The water emerged quietly, clear and cold, making no effort to announce that it fed everything below. Elara watched it rise. No wonder, she thought, that the hidden basin had slept beneath roots. Water did not need to be praised at every moment to continue giving itself. Yet even water had sources in darkness, unseen paths beneath stone, places where it gathered before appearing. She touched her fingers to the spring. "May I receive before I decide?" she said. Water flowed over her fingertips. Nothing else happened. That was enough. When she returned to the central garden, the sun had begun to lower behind the western ridge. The pomegranate inside the open crown had changed. Not opened, changed. A fifth mark had appeared on its skin. It was small and pale, almost the color of cream. At first, Elara thought it was a flower, and she saw it more clearly. A hand, open, palm upward, not reaching, receiving. Elara sat down slowly on the earth beneath the tree. She felt the meaning of the mark before words came. The thyme had marked patience with what was bent. The barley field had marked rest before harvest. The water bowl had marked nourishment before usefulness. The doorway had marked staying without proof. The open hand marked receiving. The pomegranate warmed in the evening light. 5 small signs gathered on its skin, each one quiet, each one belonging to a different stage of Elara's learning. The hidden basin rippled. On the stone rim, pale gold dust gathered. Words formed slowly. Not many. Do not watch the door so closely that you miss the room. Elara read the line. Then she looked around. The room. The garden was the room. The valley. The cottage. The stream. The ordinary pomegranates. The tools beneath the porch. The stones. The lamps. The unfinished crown. The weathered figures of Demeter and Persephone. The ridge. The cypress. The small altar of lived seasons. The rooted thyme. The green barley. The single seed. The quiet basin, the memory of Mother Ione's voice, the absence of Persephone, the presence of waiting. She had been watching the fruit because it was the door, but the room had been holding her all day. Elara closed her eyes. Something inside her lowered its shoulders. "I am here," she said, not to the fruit, not only to the garden, to herself. "I am here." The words did not ask for a task to follow them. They were complete enough. Evening settled. Elara lit the lamps plainly, with no extra garlands, and no prepared prayer. The garden entered twilight in slow layers. Gold became amber. Amber became violet. The cypress shadows joined one another. The sky above the valley deepened toward blue. No one came through the gate. Elara was not surprised. This night felt less like a visitation and more like ripening. She made a small supper and ate it beneath the cottage vine. Afterward, she washed her bowl, folded the linen cloth on her table, and left the little altar undisturbed. Then she carried the saffron blanket to the four-season tree and spread it beneath the branches, not only for Persephone, not only for a goddess, but because the ground was cool and she herself might sit there. She placed one clay cup near the basin, then another, one for whoever came, one for herself. This small equality made her pause. Not equality in power, not equality in holiness, but equality in needing water. That seemed permissible in the garden of breath. Elara sat on the blanket. The pomegranate rested beside her on the bench in its open crown. The basin reflected the first stars. The single seed shone softly. The rooted thyme leaf had opened fully now, a tiny green thing beside old stone. The green barley leaned against the earth. She did not wait by staring at the gate. She watched the stars appear instead. One, then another, then a cluster, then the pale path of night beginning to gather above the valley. The garden grew cool and fragrant. Flowers closed. Night insects began their small, steady music. The stream moved through the roots with a sound like breath and sleep. The moon rose late again. When its light finally entered the garden, the pomegranate gave a soft sound. Elara did not turn immediately. She let the sound finish. It came again. Not a crack, not a sigh. Something between the two, a loosening. The open crown around the fruit brightened. The thyme flower, the myrtle, the asphodel, the violet, the crocus, the poppy petal, and the small leaves all lifted slightly, as though a breath had passed through them. Elara looked at the pomegranate. A fine line had appeared along its side. The fruit had not split open, not fully, but a seam now ran between the marks of barley field and open hand, glowing faintly red beneath the skin. Lara's heart moved. Her first instinct was to lean closer. Her second was to hold still. So she held still. Seam widened only a little. Inside, she could see darkness. And within that darkness, the smallest suggestion of red seeds. Not enough to count, not enough to take. Only enough to know that the fruit was no longer entirely closed. The hidden basin brightened. No words appeared. Instead, the water showed a single image. Elara herself, seated beneath the four-season tree, not working, not waiting for instruction, not leaving, not staying forever, not deciding, simply receiving the night as it was. In the image, she looked peaceful, not perfect, not finished, peaceful. The water cleared. Elara breathed out slowly. "Thank you," she whispered. The pomegranate seam remained. The fruit rested. No further opening came. And because no further opening came, Elara learned the next part of receiving, to accept the beginning without demanding the whole. She did not touch the fruit. She did not call out to Persephone. She did not ask Demeter for another sign. She only sat beside the half-opened pomegranate, while the moon moved higher and the garden settled around her. After a while, the gate opened. Elara turned her head, calm now. Persephone stood there, veiled in the moonlit path, her robe dark and soft, its hem touched by pale flowers. She did not enter at once. She looked from Elara to the fruit, and back again. "It has begun," she said. "Yes. And you did not hurry it." "No." Persephone came into the garden. Flowers did not flare open. The lamps did not dim. The basin did not rise in sudden light. Everything remained gentle, ordinary, sacred because it was unforced. Persephone sat on the blanket beside the tree, leaving space between herself and Elara. For some time they listened to the stream. Then Persephone said, "You are not required to decide your whole life before accepting one seed. Elara smiled faintly. I think I am beginning to learn that. The future is not always a road waiting to be chosen, Persephone said. Sometimes it is soil waiting to see what receives water. Elara looked at the pomegranate. What if more than one thing grows, then you will tend more than one thing. And if nothing grows for a while, then you will learn the season of still soil. Elara let the words step. A night bird called from the cypress grove. Persephone lifted the second clay cup and drank from it, as simply as any tired traveler might drink after a long path. Elara drank from the other. The water was cool, ordinary, and very good. The pomegranate seam glowed faintly beside them. Persephone rested her hands in her lap. Tomorrow, she said, the fruit may open further. Elara nodded. Or it may not. No. Persephone turned slightly toward her. Do you? Elara considered. Then she said, I know enough for tonight. A warmth moved through the garden. Persephone inclined her head, and though the veil hid her face, Elara felt the approval not as praise, but as peace. They remained beneath the tree until the stars deepened, and the valley grew so quiet that the difference between upper world and underworld seemed less like a boundary and more like two hands folded around the same resting seed. Persephone left before dawn. Elara did not ask when she would return. When morning came, the pomegranate seam still glowed faintly, but the fruit had not opened further. On the hidden basin's rim, no new message appeared. Only one fallen leaf rested there, brown at the edge, green at the stem, a leaf between seasons. Elara picked it up and placed it beside the rooted thyme. Then she made tea. The garden brightened. The day began, and the half-open fruit waited without hurry, teaching her that readiness was not a door flung wide all at once, but a quiet seam appearing in the skin of what had once seemed closed. The half-open pomegranate remained quiet through the morning. Elara did not expect otherwise. She had begun to understand that quiet was not delay, and stillness was not refusal. The fruit rested inside the open crown beneath the four-season tree, its fine seam glowing faintly where the skin had loosened in the night. The 5 marks on its surface had settled into the red: thyme, marley field, water bowl, open doorway, open hand. None shone brightly now. They seemed less like signs trying to be seen and more like memories that had entered the fruit deeply enough to no longer need attention. Beside the hidden basin lay the small things that had gathered there over the past days. Persephone's single seed, rooted thyme sprig, annual holding 2 tiny leaves, the green barley bundle from Mother Ione, bowed toward the water, the fallen leaf that was brown at the edge and green at the stem. That leaf drew Elara's eye more than the fruit did. She had placed it beside the thyme at dawn, thinking only that it belonged there. Now, under the pale morning light, it seemed to hold a quiet wisdom of its own. One end of it had already surrendered to autumn. The other still carried the color of life. It was neither fully withered nor fully green, neither beginning nor ending, neither useful to the branch nor ready to become soil. A leaf between seasons. Elara sat beside it for a while after breakfast, her tea cooling in her hands. She thought of how often she had tried to know what stage of life she was in, as if the heart should come with clear weather signs: leaving, staying, healing, serving, resting, beginning again. Perhaps some parts of a life were like this leaf, holding more than one truth at the same time, not because they were confused, but because transition itself had a shape. The leaf did not need to decide whether it was green or brown before it belonged to the tree as memory. It had belonged throughout. Elara placed her cup on the ground and touched the earth beside the basin. I think I have been asking whether I am leaving or staying, she said softly. Perhaps I am between. The garden did not answer in words. A small breeze moved through the pomegranate branches. The half-open fruit gave no sound. That too was enough. She spent the morning in ordinary care, but the work felt gentler now, less like proving and more like participation. She washed the clay cups and set them in sun. She loosened soil around the new flowers beneath the central tree. She gathered fruit from the outer pomegranates that had fallen naturally in the grass, leaving some for birds and some for the earth. She checked the little rooted thyme by the basin, but did not touch it. The leaves seemed strong enough, and she had learned not to poke healing, simply to reassure herself. It had continued. A Demeter's stone, copper bowl reflected the sky. The green barley stem Elara had placed there still rested, half in water, half in light. Its cut end had softened, but its color remained bright. Golden pollen lay along the rim in a fine dust. No message appeared. Still, the bowl seemed full of presence, as if Demeter's patience became a part of the water itself. Elara knelt and bowed her head. "Teach me to love what has not ripened," she whispered. The barley stem moved slightly. Only a breeze, only a blessing, perhaps both. At Persephone's stone, the fading flowers had finally lowered their heads. Elara gathered the spent petals and carried them, not to the compost hollow, but to the hidden basin. She placed them beside the leaf, between seasons: violet, poppy, asphodel, crocus. Each had given color, then softened. Each had belonged in both beauty and fading. The hidden basin stirred once. Its water darkened, not to blue, not to silver, to the deep red-brown of pomegranate skin in shadow. An image formed. Elara leaned closer, not with urgency, but with readiness. She saw the four-season tree from below, as if she were looking up through its roots rather than down from its branches. The roots stretched through dark earth, touching old stones, spring water, seed husks, and underground threads of myrtle and thyme. They did not end at the trunk. They reached farther than Elara had imagined, beneath the garden wall, beneath the cypress grove, beneath the little cottage, beneath the path to the ridge, and even beyond the valley's visible edge. The tree was rooted in one place, but its roots knew many directions. The water cleared before Elara could make more of it. She sat back slowly. The meaning arrived not as command, but as a relief. Rooted did not mean unmoving in every part. Staying did not mean closing every road. Going did not mean severing every root. A tree stood in one place, yes, but beneath the earth. It belonged outward as well as downward. It held a valley, and the valley held it. Water moved through it. Seeds fell from it. Shade stretched away from it. Birds carried pieces of it farther than its branches could reach. Perhaps belonging was not a single decision. Perhaps belonging was a way of remaining connected to what had nourished you, even when the shape of your life changed. Elara looked toward the pomegranate. The seam in its skin glowed a little brighter, not opening further, only listening. By noon, heat gathered in the valley. Elara returned to the cottage and sat before the linen cloth on the table. Her small altar of lived seasons rested in its golden pollen outline. She added nothing new. She did not rearrange it. After sitting there a while, she took the faded blue wool between her fingers. It had come from her first winter in the valley, a strip torn from the cloak she had worn while cutting back bramble and repairing the cottage door against rain. She had kept it because the winter had been difficult, and because when spring came, she had needed some proof that she had not imagined how cold it had been. Now the strip felt soft from years of handling. She carried it outside. At the four-season tree, she did not place it inside the open crown. That crown had its own work. Instead, She tied the strip loosely around one low branch, not as decoration, not as claim, but as acknowledgment. Cold survived, warmth received, winter held within spring. The tree accepted the blue wool without ceremony. A few leaves brushed against it. That was all. In the afternoon Elara rested in the shade near the spring where water first rose from the stones. She did not sleep, though she came close. Her thoughts moved slowly, like seeds drifting in clear water. She thought of Persephone carrying the underworld into spring, and spring into the underworld. She thought of Demeter loving the green field before harvest. She thought of Mother Ione walking away at dusk, leaving Elara with simple words too old to hurry. She thought of her grandmother and the Bedtime. She thought of the nymph fountain village, where she had left before being asked to remain. For the first time, she did not try to decide whether that leaving had been right or wrong. It had been a season, not the only season, not the final season, a season. The spring water flowed over stone. A dragonfly hovered near the reeds, its wings transparent in the light. Elara closed her eyes and let the afternoon pass without asking it to become useful. When evening approached, clouds gathered above the western ridge. They were not storm clouds. They were soft and broad, tinted with gold underneath, lavender at the edges, the kind of clouds that made sunlight visible in long shafts. As the sun lowered, those shafts entered the valley and touched the garden in separate places, the cottage roof, Demeter's stone, the cypress grove, the spring channel, the four-season tree. One beam of light fell directly over the half-opened pomegranate. The fruit warmed. Elara, standing at the garden gate with an unlit lamp in her hand, felt the change before she saw it. She turned. The pomegranate seemed widened, not fully, not suddenly, but enough that the fruit opened like a careful mouth taking its first breath. The crown around it lifted slightly. The thyme flower, the asphodel, the myrtle, and the other small leaves seemed to lean away, giving the fruit space. Inside the opening, seeds glowed in deep red rose, wet with their own light. They looked like evening held in small chambers. Elara did not move toward it. She stood where she was and let the opening happen, without witness pressing too close. The garden grew quiet. The hidden basin brightened, and the leaf between seasons rose from the earth beside it. It did not fly. It lifted as if carried by water, no one could see, moved through the golden air, and came to rest across the rim of the open pomegranate, brown edge against red skin, green stem pointing inward toward the seeds. The sight made Elara's throat tighten. Between seasons, across the fruit, a bridge, the basin water stirred. This time, words appeared not on stone or in pollen, but in the reflection of the pomegranate itself. Carry belonging as roots carry water. Elara read the words once before the reflection rippled and became only light. Carry belonging as roots carry water, not as proof, not as burden, not as a chain, as roots carried water, quietly, continuously, invisibly, feeding life where it rose. Elara understood then that the fruit would not tell her whether to stay or go. It would teach her how to belong in either season. If she remained in the valley, she could belong without needing to earn each day by labor. If one day another forgotten place called, she could go without pretending she had not loved this one. She could carry the garden without uprooting it. She could be rooted and still let life move through her. The pomegranate opened a little wider. One seed loosened from within. It rolled only a short distance, stopping against the green stem of the between-season leaf. Elara set down the lamp. Slowly she walked to the tree and knelt before the bench. She did not touch the fruit. Not yet. The single seed that had loosened shone quietly, separate from Persephone's seed near the basin. This one seemed meant not as sign, but as invitation. Elara looked at it. Her hands rested on her knees. "I receive before I decide," she whispered. Then she took the seed. It was cool at first, then warm. She held it in her palm and waited for some rush of vision, some deep opening, some knowledge of the road ahead. None came. No god spoke. No path appeared in light. No certainty entered her and arranged her future. Only the taste of pomegranate rose in her mouth, though she had not eaten it. Sharp, sweet, earthy, alive. She smiled. Nourishment first, meaning later. She placed the seed on her tongue. It broke gently between her teeth. The juice was rich, and for a moment she tasted many things at once. Time in a warm courtyard, barley before harvest, clear water in a clay cup, cold winter wool, the dust of roads, spring flowers, shadowed earth, the sweetness of fruit ripened slowly, and something beyond taste, a quiet belonging, that did not ask to be explained. She swallowed. The garden exhaled. The pomegranate remained open, but no other seed fell. Elara bowed her head. "Thank you," she said. The evening light deepened. Only then did she light the lamps, one at the gate, one near Demeter, one near Persephone, one at the cottage door. When she returned to the four-season tree, Persephone was standing beside it. Elara had not heard her arrive. The goddess wore no veil tonight, or perhaps the dusk itself was veil enough. Her face was visible in the soft light, though not in the way mortal faces are fully seen. She seemed at once young and ageless, flower-crowned and uncrowned, queenly and tired, radiant and shadowed, each truth present without struggle. Her eyes held the dark of rich soil and the brightness of fields after rain. Elara lowered her head. Persephone looked at the open fruit. "You received one seed." "Yes," and did not ask what all the others were for. "No." A faint smile touched Persephone's mouth. "Good." The word was simple. It felt like rest. Persephone sat beneath the tree, not on the saffron blanket this time, but directly on the earth near the roots. Lara sat a little way from her. Between them, the hidden basin glowed softly, and the open pomegranate rested in its crown with the leaf between seasons across its rim. For a while they watched the sky darken. The first star appeared above the ridge. Then another. The clouds held the last gold of day, and released it. Persephone spoke without looking away from the sky. "Tomorrow I begin the road upward." Elara listened. "The garden will still hold the pause for a little while after I go. It always does. The breath between worlds does not end the moment one foot leaves it. Will the tree rest then?" "The tree rests by holding." Elara looked at the branches, where blossom, leaf, and fruit lived together in the blue evening. "What should I do with the fruit?" Persephone turned toward her. Elara almost smiled at herself. "I know. Not every seed needs deciding. Some questions may still be asked," Persephone said gently. "Only not all at once." Elara waited. "The fruit has opened for more than you. Tomorrow, when the upper road calls, you will carry part of it to my mother's stone. Part will remain here. Part will go into the earth. Part you may keep." Elara nodded slowly. "Not to bind you," Persephone said. "To remind you that receiving becomes whole when it can move in more than one direction." The hidden basin rippled. Demeter's copper bowl near the stone caught the lamplight, though it was too far away to shine so brightly on its own. A warmth moved through the garden, grain-scented and maternal. Persephone lowered her gaze. "She is near." Elara felt it too, not an arrival in form, a presence across distance, the upper world leaning gently toward the valley, the mother feeling the road begin to open, the fields listening, the seed under soil warming in the dark. Persephone placed one hand on the earth. The air filled with the scent of barley, pomegranate, and rain that had not yet fallen. From Demeter's stone came a soft sound, single grain dropping into water, then another. Elara looked. The copper bowl was filling with barley grains, not pouring from any visible hand, but appearing one by one, each grain touching the water with a tiny sound. They did not overflow. They floated there, golden and calm. Persephone closed her eyes. The expression on her face was not sorrow, not exactly joy, something fuller. A feeling before reunion, when love has begun to move, but has not yet arrived. The garden of breath. Elara understood that this was the last night of the pause before Persephone's ascent. Not the end of the story, but the end of this hidden rest. She felt no panic at that, only tenderness. "What feet Sifnel now?" Elara asked. Persephone opened her eyes. "My mother?" "Yes." Persephone listened inwardly, as if hearing something through roots and fields. "She feels the first green inside the seed," she said, "the part that has not broken soil but has already turned toward light." Elara let the answer settle. The copper bowl glowed softly near Demeter's stone. The pomegranate shone on the bench. The between-season leaf rested across it like a small bridge. Persephone looked at Elara. "And you?" Elara did not answer quickly. She looked around the garden, the cottage, the path, the basin, the open crown, the tools by the porch, the ridge beyond the wall, the spring, the cypress grove, the stones, the lamps, the road that could one day call, the soil that held her now. "I feel," she said slowly, "as if something in me has turned toward light, though it has not yet broken the ground." Persephone's smile returned, soft and knowing. "Then you understand enough for the final morning." The words did not feel like an ending yet. They felt like a blanket being folded before dawn. Night settled fully. Elara and Persephone remained beneath four-season tree. They did not speak much after that. The hidden basin held the reflection of stars. A stream moved through roots. Demeter's bowl glowed at the edge of the garden, filled with water and floating barley. The pomegranate remained open, but no more seeds fell. Near midnight, a soft rain began. Not enough to soak the earth, only a fine rain, almost mist, descending through moonlight. It touched the leaves, the stones, the lamps, the open fruit, the saffron blanket, Elara's hair, Persephone's hands. The garden received it without sound. Elara closed her eyes. The rain smelled of spring fields and underworld stone. When she opened them again, Persephone had leaned back against the trunk of the four-season tree and was resting. Not asleep, perhaps, but near enough. Elara pulled the saffron blanket over her own knees and stayed beside the basin, keeping quiet company through the last night of the pause. Before dawn, the rain stopped. The clouds thinned. The east grew pale. Persephone rose. He looked toward Demeter's stone, then toward the gate. "Tomorrow," she said, though the day had almost come. Elara stood with her. "Yes." Persephone touched the open pomegranate with 2 fingers. The leaf between seasons glowed faintly where it touched the fruit. "Let it remain until morning," she said. "I will." At the gate, Persephone paused and looked back once. Not veiled, not crowned, not unnamed exactly, but held in all her names at once. "When the sun reaches the bowl," she said, "bring the fruit." Then she stepped into the cypress-shadowed path. This time, as she vanished, a line of small green shoots appeared where her feet had passed, each one just breaking the soil. Elara watched until the path grew still. Then she returned to the tree. The open fruit waited in its crown. The first birds began to sing. The hidden basin was clear. On its rim no message appeared. There was no need. Elara sat beneath the tree until dawn fully entered the valley, knowing that the final morning had come not to ask her for a decision, but to let her carry what she had received into the light. The final morning came without hurry. It did not announce itself with sudden brightness, or bird song too loud for the hour, or a wind rushing through the valley, as though the world had become impatient for spring. It came softly, as most true beginnings do, first with a thinning of the dark above the eastern ridge, then with a quiet loosening of the stars, then with a pale line of light, resting along the tops of the cypress trees, so gentle that Elara might have missed it if she had not been awake beneath the four-season tree, watching the garden breathe. She had slept only a little, not because she was anxious, because the last night of the pause had carried a stillness that invited wakefulness. Persephone had gone before dawn, leaving behind the scent of rain on underworld stone, the line of small green shoots along the cypress-shadowed path, and the instruction that now rested in Elara's memory with the steadiness of a hand placed over a seed. When the sun reaches the bowl, bring the fruit. The open pomegranate waited on the bench. It still rested inside the open crown, with the between-season leaf laid across its rim like a bridge. The seam in the fruit had widened during the night, but not enough for the seeds to spill. They glowed within, deep red and softly lit, hidden and visible at once. The marks on its skin remained: time, barley field, water bowl, open doorway, open hand. They did not shine separately now. Instead, they seemed to have entered one another, like streams joining beneath earth. Beside the hidden basin, Persephone's single seed glowed faintly. The rooted thyme held its two little leaves. The green barley bundle leaned toward the water. The soil around them was dark from the night as fine rain. Every object seemed quieter than before, as if each had completed the work of becoming a sign, and was now content to become itself again. Elara sat with the saffron blanket over her knees. She watched dawn move across the valley. The first bird sang from the ridge. Another answered from the cypress grove. And a third called from somewhere beyond the garden wall, and the sound passed softly through the pomegranate branches. Flowers at the roots of the four-season tree began to open one by one. Violets first, then crocus, then anemone and poppy. The asphodel remained pale and still, as if it listened to a quieter morning from below. Elara rose when the light touched the top of Demeter's stone. The copper bowl stood before the carved goddess, filled with water and floating barley grains that had appeared the night before. The grains did not sink. They rested on the surface, golden and calm. The carved barley shoots at Demeter's feet, newly uncovered from moss, seemed warmer now, as though the stone remembered a field. Elara walked toward the bowl slowly. She did not carry the fruit yet, not before the sun reached it. The valley had taught her many things, but perhaps the most difficult was that sacred timing was not the same as delay. A thing could be almost ready and still deserve the last moments of becoming. A fruit could be open and not yet offered. A road could be near and not yet walked. A heart could turn toward light before breaking the soil. She knelt beside Demeter's stone. The water in the copper bowl reflected the sky, carved hands, and the floating barley. The sun moved down the face of the stone by degrees. It touched the torch, then the sheaves, then the worn lines of Demeter's robe, then slowly the edge of the bowl. The barley grains brightened. One by one they became tiny points of gold. Elara bowed her head, not in fear, not in performance, in recognition. The warmth that entered the garden went once unlike ordinary sunlight. It carried the scent of turned soil, green grain, warm bread, milk, honey, and the first rain after sowing. It moved through the valley without wind. It touched the pomegranate trees, the stream, the cottage roof, the old stones, the hidden basin. the open fruit, and Elara's hands resting lightly on her knees. Demeter had come, not in form, not with overwhelming presence, but as a mother's nearness before reunion. Elara felt the garden receive her. The barley in the bowl shifted gently, though nothing touched it. The grains gathered into a ring, leaving the center of the water clear. In that clear center an image appeared, not a vision with sharp edges, only a feeling given shape. A field just before sunrise, green shoots beneath dew. A woman standing at the edge of the field, waiting with both hands open. No torch today, no searching, only readiness. Elara closed her eyes. She thought of Mother Ione's voice. The fruit will open when you no longer need it to prove that you have learned. She thought of Persephone's voice, readiness to be nourished. She thought of Demeter's dream. You need not answer while still green. Then the sunlight reached the bowl fully. The copper flashed once, softly, like a lamp being uncovered. Lara stood. It was time. She returned to the four-season tree. The open pomegranate seemed heavier now, though nothing had been added. Its red skin held the light deeply. The between-season leaf lay across the rim, brown edge outward, green stem turned toward the seeds. Elara lifted the fruit with both hands, careful not to disturb the crown around it. But the crown rose with the fruit, not attached, not bound, simply accompanying. The open circlet of myrtle, violet, asphodel, crocus, poppy, thyme, and leaves rested around the fruit, as if it had always been meant to travel that short distance. Elara carried it to Demeter's stone. The garden was very quiet. Even the birds seemed to soften their calls. At the copper bowl she knelt and placed the pomegranate on the flat stone before the goddess. The open crown remained around it, its gap facing the bowl. The sunlight touched the seeds inside the fruit, and for a moment they shone so brightly that Elara saw not jewels, not blood, not bargain, but life, held in small red chambers. She waited. The bowl water stirred. A single barley grain floated from the ring toward the near edge, touched the copper, and dissolved into gold light. Then the pomegranate opened fully. It did not split roughly. It unfolded. Its rind softened outward like petals. The seeds inside loosened, but did not scatter. They remained gathered in their pale inner chambers, each one luminous with deep red light. The 5 marks on the outer skin glowed, then faded, as though their meaning had entered the seeds. Elara bowed her head. The warm presence of Demeter deepened. From the cypress path came another presence, cool and shadow-soft. Elara looked up. Persephone stood at the garden gate. She was unveiled again, in the morning light. She seemed both clearer and more mysterious than she had at night. Her robe was dark, the hem, where a faint dusting of asphodel clung to it, and pale above, where the first gold of dawn touched the fabric. Her hair had been braided loosely with tiny flowers, not yet open. No crown rested on her head, yet nothing in her seemed uncrowned. She entered the garden slowly. The small green shoots that had appeared in her path before dawn had grown taller, not fully, not into flowers, only into clear young stems reaching upward. Elara remained kneeling. Persephone came to stand beside Demeter's stone. For a moment the whole valley seemed to hold the breath between below and above. The copper bowl shone. The pomegranate lay open. The hidden basin beneath the four-season tree glowed in answer. Demeter was not seen, but the warmth of her presence moved through the air like sunlight through grain. Persephone closed her eyes, and her face softened with something full to be called only joy. It held longing, return, memory, patience, then the first green inside the seed. "Mother," she said. The word was quiet. The garden received it. A breeze moved through the pomegranate trees, and every blossom turned slightly toward Demeter's stone. The barley grains in the copper bowl gathered closer together, then spread again, like a field moving under wind. Persephone opened her eyes. "It is time," she said. Elara looked at the open fruit. What should be given first? Persephone's gaze moved to the bowl. "To my mother, but reminds the field that return is fed by hidden sweetness." Elara understood enough to reach into the open pomegranate and lift a small cluster of seeds. They came away easily, cool and shining against her palm. She placed them into the copper bowl among the barley grains. The water glowed red gold. The scent of pomegranate rose with the scent of grain. For a moment Elara heard distant fields breathing, not as sound, exactly, as feeling, green shoots lifting, roots drinking, soil loosening, villagers waking far away without knowing why the morning seemed kinder, weak remembering its upward path, mothers lighting hearths, bread not yet baked, but already promised in the grain. Persephone smiled, then she touched the rim of the bowl. Water stilled. "Now," she said, "to the garden, what reminds the pause that it was not only passage, but shelter." Elara lifted another cluster of seeds and carried them back to the four-season tree. At the hidden basin, she placed the seeds on the stone rim beside Persephone's first seed, the rooted thyme, the green barley, and the between-season leaf, which she had taken from the fruit and now laid across the basin instead. The seeds settled there like small red lamps. The basin water rose slightly. It did not overflow. It simply lifted close enough to touch the seeds. The inscription around the basin glimmered once more. Not every descent is sorrow. Not every return is joy. Between them lies the garden of breath. Then the words softened and sank back into stone. Elara placed one hand on the earth. The garden would remember, not loudly, not as a temple story shouted from steps, as water remembers its source, as roots remember rain, as shade remembers the shape of the body that rested within it. Persephone had followed her, and now stood near the tree. She touched the trunk with one hand. The four-season tree trembled gently. Blossom, fruit, leaf, bud, old bark, young shoot, all moved together. A ripe fruit from one of its higher branches opened just enough to show red seeds, then closed again. A blossom fell and became a green bud before reaching the ground. An old leaf loosened and turned into dark soil where it landed. The tree was not performing wonder. It was breathing its nature. Persephone rested, her forehead briefly against the trunk. "Thank you," she whispered. Elara looked away, giving the moment privacy. When Persephone lifted her head, the tree was still. "Now to the earth," she said. Elara returned to the open fruit and gathered several seeds into a small clay dish. She walked beyond the central tree to the bare patch beneath the cypress shade, where memories of leaving had once appeared in footprints of light and shadow. The earth there remained mostly bare, as it always had. But now Lara understood that bare did not mean empty. She knelt and pressed 3 small holes into the soil with her finger. In the first, she placed 1 seed for the places she had left. In the second, 1 seed for the place that held her now. In the third, 1 seed for any place that might one day call. She covered them gently. No shoot rose. No sign appeared. The earth kept them. That was its own blessing. Persephone watched from beneath the tree. Elara brushed soil from her fingers and returned. "And the part I may keep?" she asked. Persephone looked toward the open pomegranate. "Choose without explaining." Elara stood before the fruit. Many seeds remained. Some clustered deep within. Some rested near the opened rind. Some glowed brightly in the sun. Others were hidden in softer shadow. She did not count them. She did not search for the most beautiful. She chose one seed from near the center, where red light met darkness, and another, one for nourishment already received, one for belonging still unfolding. She placed them in a small fold of linen from her sleeve. Persephone nodded. Heap them where you will remember, but not where you must look every day. Elara understood. A reminder should not become a task. When the fruit had been divided, some seeds still remained in the opened rind. Persephone touched them lightly. These are only for seeing. Elara smiled. So she sat beside the fruit and looked. The remaining seeds caught the morning light. They were lovely, but not because they demanded to become something else. They were not being planted, eaten, offered, or saved. They were only there, red and bright, held inside the open fruit. Elara let herself see them without turning them into work. After a while, Persephone lifted the open crown from around the fruit. Its gap remained. The thyme flower Elara had added had faded at last, but the rooted sprig beside the basin lived on. The asphodel was pale. The myrtle leaves were still green. The poppy petal had darkened. Violet leaves softened at the edges. The crown had done its work. Persephone placed it at the base of the four-season tree. "Let this return slowly," she said. The crown settled among the flowers, neither discarded nor preserved. In time it would dry, break, and become part of the soil. That, too, was a kind of completion. The sun rose higher. The road upward had begun to call. Elara felt it in the garden before Persephone spoke. Warmth from Demeter's stone grew stronger. The barley in the copper bowl shone. The air filled with the scent of green fields just before bloom beyond the gate. The path through the cypress grove no longer looked shadowed. It held a pale gold at its far end, as though sunlight had found a way to enter from below and above at once. Persephone turned toward Elara. "I will go now." Elara bowed her head. "May the road be gentle." "It is known." There was comfort in that answer. Persephone looked once around the garden, the basin, the tree, the cottage, the old stones, the stream, the lamps now unlit in morning, the spring grove, the pomegranate fruit opened on the stone, the seeds given to mother, garden, earth, and keeping. Then she looked back at Elara. "You wondered why the tree blooms in every season. Yes, it blooms because memory is not meant to live in one weather only. The leaves above them moved. It keeps the first wound in the later choice. It keeps the mother's grief and the mother's patience. It keeps the queen's crown and the maiden's flowers. It keeps the underworld road and the spring field. It keeps the pause where no name is required. It keeps the gardener who came to tend, and the gardener who learned to be tended." Elara felt the words enter the morning. The mystery did not vanish. It became peaceful. The four-season tree bloomed in every season, because it remembered without dividing, because every season had its place, because nothing true in love, loss, rest, return, darkness, growth, leaving, or staying needed to erase the others. Persephone stepped closer. She placed one hand over Elara's heart. The touch was light, like a petal, like a seed, like cool water after sun. "Carry belonging as roots carry water," she said. Elara closed her eyes. "I will try." "When you forget, return to the ordinary. Water, bread, shade, soil, breath." Elara smiled, eyes still closed. "Yes." Persephone withdrew her hand. When Elara opened her eyes, the goddess was walking toward the gate. With each step, the young shoots along the path opened slightly. Not into full flowers. Not yet. Only the first beginnings of bloom. Violet, crocus, poppy, narcissus. Asphodel remained pale near the stones, and even it seemed touched by a softness It did not belong only to the underworld, or the upper air. At the gate Persephone paused. For a moment she looked back toward the garden, not as one leaving it behind, but as one trusting it to remain. Then the gold beyond the cypress brightened. Demeter's presence moved through the valley like a deep breath. The copper bowl flashed once. The barley grains sank slowly into the water. Persephone stepped through the gate, the path beyond filled with light. Elara saw no grand procession, no chariot, no crowding gods. Only the figure of Persephone walking upward through a corridor of cypress, gold, and morning mist, carrying darkness and spring together without apology. Then she was gone. The gate remained open. The valley was very still. After a while, the first true breeze of the day came through. It moved from the path into the garden, to the pomegranate trees, over the hidden basin, across Demeter's stone, and Persephone's, and finally to Elara, where it lifted a loose strand of hair from her cheek. The four-season tree released one blossom. It fell slowly. Elara held out her hand. The blossom landed in her palm. This one was ordinary, fresh, red, fragrant. No message glimmered on it. No vision opened. Elara laughed softly, and the sound felt like mourning. She closed the gate, not to shut the garden away, but to let it rest. Then she began the day, not with urgency, not with the heaviness of a great ending. With bread first, she returned to the cottage, made tea, and ate a small piece of bread with honey, while the valley warmed around her. The 2 seeds she had kept remained folded in linen. She did not open the cloth again, not yet. She placed it in the small wooden box beneath her bed, beside a spare sandal strap, a coil of thread, and a smooth white stone she had found during her first year in the valley. A reminder should not become a task. After breakfast, she went back outside and tended what needed tending. She rinsed the copper bowl at Demeter's stone, then filled it with fresh water. 1 barley grain remained at the bottom, soft and swollen. She left it there. At Persephone's stone she placed no new crown. She only set the ordinary red blossom in the goddess's carved hand. At the hidden basin she checked the seeds placed on the rim. They had settled into a small hollow in the stone, still visible, still bright. Persephone's first seed remained beside them, unchanged. The rooted thyme lifted its 2 leaves. The green barley leaned closer to earth. The between-season leaf had softened overnight, its brown edge beginning to curl, its green stem fading gently. Elara did not preserve it. She let it remain. Some bridges were meant to return to soil after they had carried what needed crossing. At the bare patch beneath the cypress, nothing showed where she had planted the 3 seeds. She watered the earth lightly and placed her hand over it for a moment. For leaving, she whispered. For staying. For what may call. Then she stood and let the soil keep its own counsel. Days passed. The story of the hidden moaning did not leave the valley, because Elara did not carry it outward as news. She did not call villagers to witness the tree. She did not send word to Eleusis. She did not build a larger altar or carve new inscriptions into stone. Persephone had asked that rest not be made into ceremony, and Elara honored that. But the garden changed in small ways. The open pomegranate rined slowly on the stone before Demeter's bowl, becoming firm and dark and beautiful in its own right. The remaining seeds, the ones only foreseen, shrank a little in the sun, and were taken one by birds, or wind, or perhaps by the garden itself. The open crown at the base of the tree faded into the soil. The barley bundle beside the basin bent fully to the earth, and after a week tiny green shoots appeared where its grains had fallen. The thyme sprig grew. At first only 2 leaves, then 4, then a small cluster, fragrant when touched by sun. Elara did not hurry it. The bare patch beneath cypress remained bare for several days. Then, one morning, she found 3 small green points breaking through the soil, one near the place for leaving, one near the place for staying, one near the place for what may call. They looked alike. That pleased her. No future had announced itself as greater than the others. No seed had claimed the right to decide the whole shape of her life. They were only beginnings, and beginnings deserved water, not conclusions. Elara continued tending the garden. Some mornings she worked early. Some mornings she made tea first. Some afternoons she slept. Some days she climbed the ridge and looked toward the roads beyond the valley. She no longer felt guilty when the road stirred something in her. She no longer felt frightened when the cottage stirred something deeper. Both could be true. The heart, she had learned, could hold more than one season without breaking faith. Mother Ione returned once before autumn. She came with figs, news from the fields, and a walking staff, newly wrapped in red thread. She did not ask whether Persephone had risen. She looked at the garden, at the shoots beneath the cypress, at the thyme beside the basin, at Elara's face, and nodded. "So," she said, "you have eaten." Elara smiled. "1 seed. Enough? For now." Mother Ione laughed softly. That is often the holiest answer. They drank water on the porch, and spoke of ordinary things until sunset. As the year turned, the valley moved through its seasons. Autumn came with bronze leaves and ripe fruit. Winter came gently, silvering the grasses and quieting the bees. The 4-season tree held blossoms, even in frost, but Elara no longer wondered at this with the same questioning ache. She understood now that the tree was not defying season. It was holding them, not in confusion, in care. When spring began to rise in the upper world, flowers opened early near the cypress path. Elara stood there one morning and felt, faintly, the memory of Persephone's footsteps. The path was empty, but not lonely. Some absences were full, because love had passed through them and trusted them to remain. She did not know whether she would stay in the valley forever. She did not need to know. For now, she belonged here. If another sacred place one day called softly through dream, blossom, or road dust, she would listen, without fear. She would not leave because she was afraid to be known. She would not stay because she was afraid to move. She would tend the question until its season came. And wherever she went, if she went, she would carry belonging, as roots carried water, quietly, deeply, without needing to display it. On a warm evening, near the first true flowering of spring, Elara sat beneath the 4-season tree with a cup of mint tea in her hands. The hidden basin was clear. The stream moved softly through the roots. The little thyme plant beside the basin had grown full enough to release its scent into the air. The 3 pomegranate shoots beneath the cypress held new leaves, small and shining. The cottage door stood open. The garden lamps were unlit, waiting for dusk. Above her, the tree held blossom, leaf, young fruit, ripe fruit, the memory of all that had passed beneath it. Persephone's rest, Demeter's patience, Mother Ione's barley, the open crown, the single seed, the between-season leaf, Lara's own quiet thresholds. None erased the others. None needed to be explained again. The sun lowered. Golden light filled the valley. A breeze moved through the pomegranate branches, and for a moment the leaves sounded almost like distant water, almost like a hymn, almost like a mother's breath at the edge of a green field. Elara leaned back against the trunk. She thought of the story people told of Persephone. Descent, winter, return, spring. It was true, as far as stories could be true. But now she knew the quieter part held between the lines. There was also rest. There was also breath. There was also a hidden garden, where no one had to be only one thing. The last light touched the basin. The water glowed once, very softly. No words appeared. No message was needed. Elara closed her eyes. The garden breathed around her. The stream moved under stone. The pomegranate tree held every season gently. And in the peaceful valley between the underworld and spring, where golden light rested on flowers and ancient stones, Elara rested too, not waiting to become useful, not hurrying to decide the shape of tomorrow, simply held, rooted and safe beneath the branches of the tree that remembered everything without asking any season to leave.